Hey everyone, glad you're here. Tonight, we're stepping quietly into a world that was somehow both slower and significantly more stressful, especially if you were hoping to find love. This episode is called Why Dating Was a Nightmare. In medieval times, though, don't let the capital letters fool you. There's no drama here. Just a soft-spoken stroll through courtships that involved fewer candlelit dinners and more livestock negotiations, family feuds, and the occasional plague interruption. It turns out romance, back then, was less about butterflies and more about betrothal contracts, confusing customs, and the sheer logistical nightmare of meeting someone when your entire village had 43 people, and 2 of them were your cousins. If you enjoy these slow, sideways glances at history, the kind that makes you quietly chuckle while drifting off, feel free to like and subscribe. No pressure at all, just if it brings you peace. And while you're settling in, let me know in the comments where you're listening from, and what time it is for you right now. It's always such a comfort to see how far this little campfire circle of quiet listeners stretches. Now's a good time to dim the lights. Maybe let a fan hum in the background, or wrap yourself in something soft while the night drifts in. Settle in, loosen your thoughts, and let the flicker of torchlight and whispered gossip from the year 1257 lull you into stillness. And with that, let's begin. In the golden halls of medieval Europe, romance didn't come wrapped in candlelight or carried by whispered sonnets under moonlit balconies. It came more often than not tied up in scrolls, stained in ink and countersigned by 3 bishops and a distant cousin with a claim to a salt mine. For the royal and noble classes, dating was not just inconvenient. It was a matter of law, lineage, and leverage. To fall in love was not a private matter, but a political act, one that could elevate a kingdom, destabilize an empire, or cause 30 years of minor squabbling that no one would remember except the monastery scribes, who documented every peevish letter sent between dukes. A typical medieval royal romance began not with a gaze across a crowded feast, but with a negotiation. 2 noble houses would consult priests, lawyers, heralds, and, when necessary, astrologers, to determine whether a match was suitable. Suitable, of course, didn't mean emotionally fulfilling. It meant strategically sound. Could the union consolidate power, prevent war, keep land holdings from fracturing into useless shards? And most importantly, were the 2 parties just distantly related enough to avoid a PayPal scandal? Marriage contracts were the lifeblood of dynastic ambition, and they were dense dozens of clauses detailing everything from what lands would be exchanged, to how many goats the bride was allowed to bring, to what would happen if she died in childbirth, which she probably would. The bride and groom often had little say. In fact, many of them hadn't even met before the wedding day, and if they had, it was in the briefest, most ceremonial of contexts, greeting one another at court like strangers in a diplomatic line. And then there was the matter of consanguinity. The church had strict rules about how closely related a couple could be, but these rules were about as consistent as medieval plumbing. The 4th degree of relation was usually considered too close, which meant, essentially, no first cousins. But royal families had a short bench. Everyone was already someone's cousin. So exceptions were made, frequently with money. Couldn't issue PayPal dispensations that allowed close kin to marry in exchange for generous donations to the church. It was bureaucracy masquerading as divine judgment. Even when a match was deemed acceptable, the process didn't end there. The courtship rituals, if they could be called, that were stiff, cold, and more legal than emotional. Promises were exchanged in formal betrothal ceremonies, which were legally binding. Breaking off an engagement could lead to lawsuits or war. And so, you didn't just break someone's heart, you broke treaties, you jeopardized alliances, possibly invited a siege. One would think all this caution would lead to stable, loving marriages. But no, many noble unions were defined by distance, resentment, or neglect. Kings often abandoned their queens for mistresses. Queens often found quiet rebellion in poetry, religion, or carefully concealed affairs. The public was never supposed to know, but rumors seeped like rainwater through castle stones slowly, steadily, eroding the illusion that these marriages were anything more than prolonged hostage negotiations dressed in silk and stained glass piety. It is difficult to imagine romance flourishing under these conditions, but sometimes it did. Occasionally, a royal couple developed a mutual fondness, a companionship, even a love that grew from proximity, respect, or a shared hatred of their mutual relatives. But those were exceptions. More often, what passed for affection in medieval aristocracy was duty disguised as devotion. A princess might smile through gritted teeth as she toasted her husband, knowing that behind the scenes, her father was quietly plotting to use her dowry to finance a border skirmish. So when you think of medieval love, think less Romeo and Juliet and more boardroom merger with ceremonial robes. The true romance was between empires, not individuals. But that raises the question, if so much care went into arranging these unions, why were so many medieval royal marriages still miserable? To understand why so many royal marriages were miserable live-in, with all the careful planning, prayers, and paperwork, you need to look not at the altars, but at the Medieval marriages were geopolitical maps stitched together with velvet gloves. A marriage wasn't for companionship. It was a boundary line, a ceasefire, a footnote in a treaty. A dowry might be land, and that land might be a contested valley, a castle on a cliff, or a whole coastline previously at war. So, when a French princess married an English king, she wasn't just becoming a queen, she was becoming a bargaining chip with ankles. Her happiness was never part of the calculation. Most of these women were teenagers. Many of the men were not. A bride of 12, groomed from infancy to be a duchess or queen, could be wed to a man in his 40s, whose only romantic quality was his ability to control mercenaries. And once the wedding was complete, blessed by priests and watched by dozens of silent, bored relatives, the real proving ground came not in love, but in lineage. The primary duty of a royal wife was to produce male heirs, as many as possible, quickly, preferably with no complications or emotional drama. Was optional. Fertility was not. The pressure was immense. A queen who failed to produce sons could find herself sent away, publicly humiliated, or worse, accused of witchcraft, adultery, or divine disfavor. Her womb became a public matter, debated in court circles and whispered about by palace servants. If the child was stillborn, malformed, or worse, female, the blame fell not on nature, nor the often much older and unhealthy husband, but squarely on her shoulders. Childbirth was not just dangerous, it was political. And while royal women were birthing heirs and walking tightropes of dynastic expectation, their husbands were often ... elsewhere. Kings and lords had mistresses. Was expected. Courtly love, with its poems and petals and troubadour songs, was usually reserved for women who weren't wives. In the strange calculus of medieval morality, a man could publicly ignore his queen, spend nights with courtesans, and still be considered a good ruler, as long as he acknowledged his legitimate heirs and showed up to mass. Wives, however, didn't have such freedom, so queens became masters of subtlety, experts in diplomacy, quiet power brokers operating in the margins of male authority. They wrote letters, whispered through maids, commissioned chapels, and paid scribes to record their versions of history. They were symbols, but also survivors. The stress and resentment brewed. Many royal marriages were famously cold, never visited their wives' chambers. Others kept their queens locked away, literally and figuratively. In some cases, like that of Isabella of France and Edward II, the marital breakdown became a national crisis. Edward's open favoritism toward male companions and his neglect of Isabella led to her eventual rebellion. She led an invasion against him with her lover and deposed him. Not exactly the stuff of fairy tales. Even when things didn't spiral into war, love often curdled into formality. They might ride together in procession, but never speak except through advisors. Some lived in different castles, exchanged cold letters about politics, and reunited only for public events or perfunctory reproduction. There were exceptions. Of course, some royal couples found affection, or at least mutual respect, were rare and often overshadowed by duty. And yet, even within these bleak parameters, the heart tried to make room. There are records scattered in old ledgers, chapel windows, and scribbled marginalia of gestures that suggest genuine warmth. A king writing a poem for his queen, a princess refusing to remarry after her husband's death, not for power, but because she missed him. Even in arranged marriages, people are still people. But those moments were the exception, not the rule. The machinery of marriage was vast and indifferent, grinding through generations. As for the common people, their romantic experiences were shaped by different pressures: economic survival, local customs, village gossip, but even they felt the weight of royal unions. A peasant might lose land because of a dowry dispute. Town might be raided because of a broken betrothal between noble houses. Love, even at the lowest levels, was shaped by the decisions of people who never met them. And through all of this, the letters, the contracts, the public ceremonies, one strange question remains unanswered. Why did the medieval world insist on crafting love through legal chains instead of emotional bonds? The medieval world had many ways of organizing people into ranks, into estates, into faiths and families, but when it came to love, it tried its best to file the emotion away under political utility. And yet, no matter how many scrolls were signed, how many bans announced, or how many bishops gave benedictions, there was always something unpredictable under the surface. The human heart, as it turns out, was not easily reduced to a wax seal and a marriage portion. For all the formality and fear, moments of resistance flickered within the courtly gloom. Some women refused matches arranged for them. Others ran away, sought sanctuary in convents, or appealed to the Pope for annulment. Rare victories, hard won. A few high-born men also bucked expectations, choosing to remain unmarried or falling. For women of lower status and enduring the consequences, these weren't romantic comedies, they were quiet rebellions against an unforgiving order. But even those who complied with the system sometimes found cracks through which affection could emerge. History records unusual pockets of tenderness. Eleanor of Aquitaine and Henry II in their early years, before politics soured their bond. Blanche of Castile and Louis VIII, who wrote to her with words more like those of a husband than a strategist. Charles IV of Luxembourg, who, after a cold first marriage for diplomacy, found real companionship with his later wives and recorded his emotions in a rare, introspective autobiography. These relationships often began in constraint, but grew into something stranger, deeper of, not love as we know it, then perhaps a form of mutual dependence, softened by time. Still, the odds were rarely in love's favor. Marriage, among the aristocracy, was generational infrastructure, a building block of diplomacy. Queens were expected to smile through miscarriages, invasions, and betrayals. Kings were expected to suppress affection that didn't serve the crown. And yet love still visited these people, often at inconvenient times and with disastrous consequences. It made kings reckless. It made queens political. It made treaties tremble. Even the church, the great moral arbiter of medieval life, had a complicated relationship with love. On one hand, it promoted marriage as a sacred institution. On the other, it revered celibacy, discouraged physical pleasure, and built an entire saintly canon around those who renounced romance. Marriage was necessary but spiritually suspicious, and so every wedding was laced with contradiction, a celebration with sacred tone. Laws began regulating marriages with more attention to consent. In rare cases, love letters survived, fluttering through time as proof that not every union was cold. These signs did not mean freedom had arrived, but they hinted that emotion was no longer quite so easy to smother. And for all the nobles, bishops, and dynastic heirs, the experience of love and marriage among ordinary people began to take its own shape. In villages and towns, there were still dowries, negotiations, and parental pressure, but there was also dancing at fairs, gossip shared in churchyards, and the occasional runaway wedding, blessed only by a moonlit path and a forgiving local priest. These were not grand romances, but they were human ones. So why, then, was dating in medieval times such a nightmare? Because it was never really about the people involved. It was about their titles, their futures, their lands. Love, if it happened, had to sneak in through a side door, disguised as duty, or buried under layers of velvet. It had to survive suspicion, surveillance, and scandal. Medieval love among the powerful was a lesson in constraint, of hearts pressed into parchment, of feelings funneled into formality, of passion pinned beneath heraldry. But it's also a reminder of something quietly universal, that no matter how many walls are built around it, the human desire for connection always finds its own, sometimes inconvenient, path. In modern terms, a romantic proxy might sound like a desperate text sent through a mutual friend or a sibling, hinting at someone's crush. But in medieval Europe, it was a legitimate and often mandatory part of aristocratic romance. To love someone from afar wasn't just poetic fancy. It was logistical necessity. When geography, war, etiquette, and politics got in the way, socially trained knights to do the wooing for them. Imagine this. A young noblewoman of marriageable age sits in her family's fortified manor. She's been told that a match has been proposed with the son of a foreign count she's never met. The count's son, meanwhile, is fighting in Burgundy, or crusading in the Holy Land, or stuck in a snow-cloaked fortress across the Alps. Enter the proxia, well-bred, male relative or trusted retainer, often a knight, dispatched to carry the young man's proposal. But the task wasn't just to deliver a message. He would present gifts, perform public gestures of affection, and most strangely of all sometimes participate in an actual wedding ceremony in the groom's place. These weren't elaborate pranks or legal fictions. They were binding rituals. Proxy marriages were recognized by both the church and the state. A man could be married to a woman he had never seen, with his cousin or squire standing in for him at the altar. The bride, dressed in layers of silk and lace, would take her vows to a man not in the room. And yes, the proxy might even extend a ceremonial hand, or in some traditions, a literal shoe or glove, to symbolize the absent groom. Such arrangements were most common among royalty and high nobility, where marriage was less about union and more about alliance. In a world where travel was dangerous, communication slow, and trust rare, sending a person rather than a letter made a kind of pragmatic sense. The proxy could negotiate on the groom's behalf, smooth over local tensions, display wealth, and report back about the bride's beauty, reputation, and dowry. But it wasn't just about logistics. In a way, the proxy stood as proof of seriousness. If a nobleman sent a knight he trusted with his honor, it meant he was committing more than words. He was committing reputation. The proxy had to be polished, persuasive, and well-versed in courtly manners. They recited poetry, danced at feasts, and charmed the bride's family, sometimes doing so better than the man they represented. And herein lay the complication. Love, inconveniently, doesn't always follow the script. In some legends, the feelings were mutual, sparking quiet scandals, and even a few duels. These were rare, of course, and usually smoothed over or covered up. But the tension was real. A knight trained in loyalty and warfare might not be prepared to navigate the complexities of another man's love life, even when affection didn't interfere. For the bride, the experience could be deeply alienating, reciting vows to a man she had never seen, being kissed by a stand-in, and then waiting weeks or months for her actual husband to arrive. She might spend her wedding night alone or in the company of curious onlookers, unsure if her new husband would be kind, cruel, or completely uninterested. In some cases, the groom never came at all, dying in battle, changing his mind, or being imprisoned. The marriage, meanwhile, remained valid in the eyes of the church. The bride was now a wife, whether or not she ever became a companion. Sometimes, proxy arrangements worked out smoothly in person. When love had to travel through another's voice, it often arrived distorted or never at all, and still the practice endured. One of the most famous proxy weddings was between Mary Tudor of England and Philip II of Spain, solemnized in Winchester Cathedral with a Spanish nobleman standing in for the groom. The political stakes were immense, and the emotional oddness, well, it was quietly ignored. But this raises an odd question. If people risked such emotional confusion and social awkwardness just to get married, what happened when the real groom finally arrived, especially if the bride preferred the proxy? There's a peculiar awkwardness in any reunion with someone you've heard so much about, but never truly met. But when that person is your husband and the wedding happened weeks ago with someone else standing in his shoes, the discomfort takes on a medieval flavor that only makes sense within the folds of royal politics. Across castles and courtrooms, the moment of meeting between a bride and her real groom was filled with ceremony, hesitation, and the quiet weight of unmet expectations. The role of the proxy was supposed to be purely symbolic. The vows were taken legally, but emotionally, that was more complicated. In theory, once the groom arrived, the couple would continue the marriage with a consummation, a celebration, and perhaps a growing familiarity. In practice, things were messier. Of Castile and Philip the Handsome, though not technically married by proxy, their union resembled it in spirit. Joanna was sent from Spain to the Low Countries to meet her betrothed, and the first meeting was anything but romantic. Upon arrival, she met a man whose physical beauty was only matched by his emotional disinterest. They wed quickly, driven by diplomatic schedules rather than affection, and their early days were turbulent. Joanna fell hard and fast. Philip did not. Had they married by proxy, the disappointment might have been even sharper. Still, their story shows just how jarring that initial meeting could be when two people from distant worlds were forced into immediate intimacy. In full proxy arrangements, everyone around him already knew his wife. The proxy, having spent weeks wooing and negotiating, had shared feasts with her, possibly even danced with her in candlelit halls. Servants, siblings, and chambermaids had formed opinions, and suddenly the actual groom arrives, untested and unfamiliar. He had to live up to expectations, some of which he might never have intended to set in the first place. Sometimes the bride had already formed an emotional attachment. She might have interpreted the proxy's poetry, charm, or noble demeanor as reflective of her intended husband. In rare cases, a proxy motivated by loyalty or politics may have exaggerated the groom's virtues. He is as gentle as a chapel hymn, he might say. When reality did not match the expectation, the new wife might feel betrayed or simply resigned. And if the proxy had been too good at his job, that's where the real problems began. There are scattered reports and legends of brides refusing their husbands after proxy ceremonies. While the church and monarchy took these claims seriously, they were usually brushed aside. Love was not a valid reason to annul a marriage that served a dynasty. Others endured cold, passionless marriages that functioned only for the production of heirs, even when emotional expectations weren't involved. In some cases, the proxy wedding was performed long before the bride and groom even met, sometimes years. A child bride might be officially married at 12, but not physically handed over to her husband until she was 15 or older. During that interim, her life would change, sometimes drastically, while still carrying the legal identity of a wife to a man she'd never touched. The waiting became a kind of suspended animation. She was not single, not truly married, and certainly not free. The marriage's legitimacy hinged on consummation. Until that occurred, there was still room, though narrow, for dissolution. directly in the room, but present to verify the couple retired together, and in extreme cases, to physically examine the bedsheets the next morning. These were not rituals of romance, did not end after the marriage. Often, these men remained in the new household as advisors or companions. Did the groom feel indebted or threatened? Could he trust the man who had temporarily filled his shoes, not just at the altar, but possibly in the bride's imagination? The battle, but human nature has its own gravity. Emotional bonds are rarely neat. Then kept the proxy tradition going century after century, despite the tension it caused. The continued use of proxy marriages in medieval Europe wasn't rooted in sentiment, convenience, or even emotional foresight. In a world where weather could drown armies, diseases traveled faster than messengers, and entire kingdoms could vanish before breakfast, a proxy marriage offered a strange illusion of stability. It allowed political alliances to be secured even when fate and geography stood in the way. These marriages were not just tolerated, they were endorsed and celebrated by the very institutions meant to guard tradition: the church, the monarchy, the aristocratic families. By the 14th and 15th centuries, proxy weddings had become so normalized that entire courts would gather to watch a bride wed a man who wasn't in the room. The symbolism was dense: a glove laid on the altar, a sword representing the groom's presence, a ceremonial dance where the proxy led the bride into marriage, not with love, but with choreography and protocol. Why did this strange pageantry continue? Because the medieval mind feared chaos more than discomfort. If a young noblewoman could be married safely and legally without the risk of travel, scandal, or delay, then it was worth the awkwardness. Become functional over time, or at least produce heirs, was the ultimate outcome. Even the church, ever concerned with the sanctity of marriage, saw proxy weddings as legitimate. The key was intent. If both parties agreed, and if the ceremony followed the proper rituals, the bond was as binding as if they had held hands. The actual presence of the groom was optional. There are records of proxy marriages being contested, especially when the bride later claimed she didn't fully consent or didn't realize the ceremony was legally binding. In most cases, her claims were ignored, and yet, even amidst all this rigidity, small stories of rebellion surface. A noblewoman named Isabella of Angoulême, whose proxy marriage was arranged to a French nobleman, was abducted by King John of England before the marriage could be consummated. He married her instead, plunging Europe into political uproar. Proxy marriages, it turned out, could be disrupted, but only by power greater than the groom's. In this case, a king's desire outweighed a proxy's promise. There's also the matter of emotional erosion. Over time, the weight of a mismatched marriage wore people down. A bride who had felt some spark for the proxy might drift into disappointment. A groom who had sent a charming cousin to court his bride might find himself compared unfavorably. In long winters spent in drafty halls, affection might flicker and die. What remained were the obligations: heirs to raise, lands to manage. A lady was not expected to love her husband only to serve the contract. In accepting the proxy as a stand-in, she symbolically accepted the broader terms of her life, that her body, her voice, and her fate belonged not to her heart, but to the careful plans of men. The proxy ceremony made this public. It wasn't just a substitute wedding. It was a declaration of surrender to custom. Still, there were moments documented in letters, memoirs, and marginal scribbles where people questioned the system. A scribe in the Burgundian court once noted that a young bride wept at her vows, not from joy nor grief, but from bewilderment. A Spanish bishop once urged his king to let the girl see her husband before she is sworn to him. Christ did not wed the church in secret. These were not revolutions, but they were cracks. As Europe crept into the early modern era, proxy marriages began to decline. On altars, stand-in grooms reciting vows still haunt the margins of history. In the end, love by proxy was never really about love. A knight may have wooed on behalf of his lord, but behind the armor and etiquette was a system trying to tame something untamable: the human need for connection. It leaves us with a lingering question. If love had to be filtered through ceremony, distance, and borrowed voices, did medieval people ever truly believe in its power, or just in the illusion that it could be managed? It was an economic transaction, a barter system, dressed up in lace and Latin. Behind every union stood a ledger, and in that ledger, daughters were not just people. The dowry wasn't really a sign of love, it was the price of the bride. And often, that price was all that mattered. For noble families, the dowry system was as strict as any law. Marrying off a daughter meant two big things: removing her from the family home often before she turned 15, and tying the family's wealth to another name, another family, another set of risks. The dowry, whether land, animals, jewelry, money, or future income, was essentially a payment to the groom's family. In exchange, the bride's new household took on the cost of feeding, clothing, and managing her. People saw it as fair compensation because, according to the thinking of the time, women were expensive to maintain and didn't contribute financially. If that sounds cold, it's because it was. Girls were often promised in marriage while still children, with dowries negotiated like the price of cattle. A bigger dowry could help a girl marry above her social rank. A smaller dowry could doom her to a lesser marriage, or, if things went badly, life in a convent. Wealthy families worried about appearances. They couldn't be seen marrying off daughters with small dowries. Poorer families, meanwhile, scraped together whatever money or goods they could, sometimes ruining themselves, just to marry off one daughter. But dowries weren't just financial transactions. They were also legal agreements. If a husband mistreated his wife, failed to support her, or died unexpectedly, her dowry was supposed to be returned, or at least kept safe for her use. In theory, it was her safety net, but in reality, this protection was weak. If the dowry had already been spent or turned into property, getting it back was often a legal nightmare. Widows, especially young ones, sometimes ended up in court, fighting just to reclaim what was theirs. The church viewed dowries with mixed feelings. Officially, it said marriages should be based on mutual consent, but it also understood that dowries were a practical necessity. Priests often acted as go-betweens, witnessing contracts and making sure both families stuck to their agreements. Technically, it wasn't forbidden to marry without a dowry, but it was very rare and usually carried a social stigma. A woman who married without a dowry was often seen as morally suspect, a burden, or simply unwanted. And it wasn't only nobles who dealt with dowries. Among merchants and artisans, dowries played the same role, just in different forms. A butcher's daughter might bring money and the promise of future business connections. A farmer's daughter might bring land, tools, or part of a harvest. In towns and cities, guilds sometimes helped regulate dowries, ensuring marriages stayed within acceptable economic limits. Some towns even set up special funds to help poor girls have dowries, so they wouldn't be left unmarried. For the daughters themselves, the whole process was mostly out of their control. They might overhear talk about their future husbands at dinner or see glimpses of men who might soon call them wife. But the real negotiations happened behind closed doors. A few lucky girls got asked for their opinion. Most were simply told what would happen. In some places, especially Southern Europe, girls were expected to contribute to their own dowries by spinning, weaving, or saving small gifts and coins from relatives. It gave them a strange sense of owning a fate they still couldn't truly decide. If a family had several daughters, the pressure was even worse. Wealth had to be divided and social status maintained. A large dowry for the eldest daughter often meant a smaller one for the younger sisters, leading to jealousy and desperation. In some cases, a family would marry one daughter well and send another to a convent, effectively sacrificing her social future to save the family's finances. Yet dowries weren't just about money. They were about a daughter's value in a society that measured worth in terms of what could be exchanged. A girl's education, looks, manners, and family name were all investments meant to raise her marital price. She was groomed for the marriage market, dressed to impress, and sent off like a diplomatic message, without any guarantee she'd ever come back home. There's a harsh irony in how this financial view of marriage overshadowed the emotional pain involved. Mothers cried quietly when daughters left home. Fathers worried in silence over the debts they took on to pay a dowry. And daughters, sometimes as young as 12, entered marriages with men who saw them first as financial assets rather than partners or companions. So for centuries, the business of marriage really was just that business. But what happened when the numbers didn't add up? When a dowry wasn't paid? When a marriage fell apart under financial strain? If the first stage of marriage was negotiation, the second was enforcement. Dowries were meant to secure alliances and provide financial stability. But like any contract, things didn't always go as planned. Families broke promises. Husbands wasted their wives' dowries. Fathers died before they could pay what they'd promised. And when debts went unpaid, it wasn't just money at stake. It was family honor, lineage, and sometimes the daughter's freedom. A dowry agreement was legally binding, but enforcement varied greatly, depending on where people lived and how wealthy they were. In Italian cities like Florence and Venice, dowries were carefully recorded in official documents. There were even special dowry chests, locked boxes marked with seals to keep a bride's property safe. In theory, this meant her assets were separate from her husband's and couldn't be touched except for her benefit. In reality, these protections were often ignored, especially if the family's fortunes declined or politics demanded sacrifices. One of the most common problems was default. A family would promise a land, money, animals, and then couldn't pay when the wedding came. Maybe crops failed. Maybe a rival seized their property. Maybe the father made a risky investment that collapsed. No matter the cause, the outcome was the same. The daughter was married, but the promised wealth wasn't there. Her husband, expecting a certain level of support, now found himself with a wife and a grievance. Sometimes marriages could be annulled if the dowry was central to the deal. But annulments were rare and brought shame. More often, the husband would punish his wife in quieter, crueler ways, ceaselating her, neglecting her needs, or openly keeping mistresses. The wife carried the weight of the unpaid debt, even though she'd had no part in arranging it. If her husband died before the dowry could be returned or secured, things got even worse. Widows were supposed to get their dowry back, or at least receive a mourning gift, a portion of the husband's estate meant to support them. But actually recovering anything required legal power, and widows were often left vulnerable, especially if they had no male relatives to help. Some women had to remarry quickly, often to men of lower status. Others went back to their birth families. In shame, many spent years trapped in lawsuits, fighting for a chest of silver or a small vineyard promised decades earlier. The courts were rarely sympathetic. A woman without wealth or political connections had little chance of winning a drawn-out legal fight. Even if a judge ruled in her favor, collecting what she was owed was another problem entirely. The estate might be gone, the land seized, the money spent on wars or given to the church. As one French lawyer observed, what is owed to the widow is known by all. What she receives is known by none. Among poorer families, the situation looked different, but the emotional cost was just as real. Dowries were smaller, sometimes only a goat, a few chickens, a woven blanket, or a share of a bread oven. But these modest dowries were crucial to a family's survival. A missing dowry could mean hunger. A daughter without one could remain unmarried, becoming a source of gossip and pity. In some villages, young women spent years saving scraps of linen, collecting borrowed silver, or working as servants to scrape together a dowry big enough to attract a decent husband. In desperate cases, local churches or guilds stepped in to help. Some towns had communal dowry funds, supported by donations, to help orphaned girls or those from poor families. These funds were sometimes distributed during holidays or festivals, and girls were chosen by application or even by lottery. The goal was to preserve social order and morality, because a woman without a dowry wasn't seen as merely poor, but as a potential scandal. People feared she might have to become a servant or worse, choose her own partner. Even when dowries were paid in full and marriages looked stable on paper, the financial nature of the arrangement shaped how husbands saw their wives. A husband might view his wife as an investment, a piece of wealth traded between families. If she failed to meet his expectations by not having children, aging quickly, or lacking obedience, her perceived value dropped, no matter how large her dowry had been. And then there was the matter of inheritance. Daughters were often left out of their family's legacy because their dowry was seen as their share in advance. If a sister complained that her brother inherited everything, the answer was often, "You have your husband," meaning your worth has been paid for already. Your future is no longer your own. This system persisted not because it was kind or efficient, but because it was self-reinforcing. Families without dowries were considered lesser. Marriages without them were suspect. And so the pressure remained across generations to find the money, make the match, and keep the ledgers balanced. But what happened when daughters started pushing back? when some refused to marry or challenged the worth placed upon their dowries. Did the system bend or did it break? While most medieval daughters followed the path carved for them, married young, dowried off, and folded into new households like threads in a larger tapestry, some resisted, and in doing so, they tested the very seams of a system that had long defined their worth by what they brought in a chest, not what they carried in their hearts. Resistance didn't always look like open rebellion. Sometimes it came as delay. A daughter might feign illness, sabotage negotiations, or cry inconsolably until her father, more embarrassed than sympathetic, postponed her wedding. In rare cases, families yielded. In others, the pressure simply shifted to a more forceful strategy. Legal documents exist in which daughters were forcibly removed from convents or dragged from family homes to meet a husband they had never seen. Their resistance was noted and dismissed as hysteria or youthful folly. A willful daughter was an economic liability, after all, and yet some did carve out different paths. Convents offered a life free from the dowry cycle, though, ironically, many convents also required a sort of entry dowry to accept noble women. Still, 4 daughters from families that couldn't afford a good marriage but didn't want the scandal of a daughter remaining single. The veil became a financial compromise. The daughter avoided marriage. The family avoided shame. There were also cases, rare and murky, where daughters chose love over ledger. In village records and scattered court petitions, we find women who eloped with tradesmen, scribes, or even servants. These unions were rarely celebrated, but in some towns, especially as Europe edged toward the Renaissance, attitudes began to shift, which had formalized the dowry system to an art form, also began to suffer from its consequences. The ever-inflating expectations bankrupted families. Entire fortunes were funneled into gilded marriage chests. In response, sumptuary laws were passed to curb excess. In Venice, dowry inflation grew so severe by the 15th century that some families avoided marriage altogether, choosing to invest in trade or education instead. These weren't revolutions, but they were quiet admissions that the system had grown unsustainable. Even among the nobility, cracks were beginning to show. Some queens and noblewomen began bequeathing their dowries or managing their own estates. Women like Margaret of Austria and Isabella of Portugal navigated royal marriages and then turned their wealth into political power, serving as regents and financial managers. They were exceptions, of course, but powerful ones. They showed that dowries, once purely instruments of submission, we know their dowries better than their voices, lines in a contract, numbers in a ledger, a vineyard in Provence, 10 bolts of fine linen, a chest of silver plates. These were the terms that defined their lives. Even when their stories remained unwritten, the dowry system persisted for centuries, adapting to new economies, new religious ideas, and eventually the legal reforms of the early modern period. But its legacy endured far longer. Even in societies that abandoned formal dowries, what she brought, rather than who she was, remained a stubborn cultural script. And so the dowry was more than just a financial practice. It was a philosophy, a quiet but powerful declaration about gender, worth, and obligation. It placed value in silk and silver, and demanded that daughters bend their futures to fit within lines of inheritance. But in the shadows of all that accounting, there were still moments, small, flickering moments of daughters who questioned, mothers who negotiated harder, and sisters who dreamed of other paths. It makes you wonder if even the most ordinary girls understood they were being priced and traded. How many of them secretly hoped they were worth more than what fit in a chest? Far from the bustling courts and market squares, behind stone walls and beneath arched ceilings echoing with chants, medieval monasteries offered something deceptively simple: silence, order, and removal from the world. But while monks and nuns vowed to live apart from the chaos of secular life, away from temptations, ambitions, and romantic entanglements, the human heart did not always honor its vows so cleanly. Even in places meant to extinguish desire, it quietly smoldered. They were villages within walls, filled with working kitchens, libraries, scriptoriums, herb gardens, and private cells. Some were strict and silent. Others bustled with conversation, trade, and contact with the outside world. And in every monastery and convent there lived people, young, old, reluctant, zealous, and feelings that no rule could fully erase. Many did not choose the cloister freely. Girls were often given to the church as a form of spiritual insurance. A second or third daughter might be gifted to God in lieu of a dowry, a cost-saving measure cloaked in piety. Some entered as children, raised from the age of 5 or 6 within cloister walls, barely aware that any other life existed. Others arrived as adolescents or young adults, full of worldly memories and attachments that took longer to fade. For those entering adulthood within the monastery, the transition was not always smooth. The vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience were supposed to cleanse them of temptation. But for young monks and nuns, many of whom had barely experienced courtship or personal freedom, the silence sometimes amplified what it was meant to suppress. The mind wandered, so did the heart, and the eyes. Historical records, often buried in letters, church censures, or the margin notes of abbots, tell us that forbidden affection bloomed more frequently than one might expect. Monks fell in love with nuns, nuns with visiting priests, monks with fellow novices. Some wrote poems, others exchanged secret tokens or slipped notes into books passed between libraries. Some simply stared across the chapel during services, eyes lingering a little too long. The architecture itself sometimes encouraged such chances. Convents and monasteries were often situated near each other, separated only by gardens or cloisters. Shared feast days, holy festivals, and communal processions brought men and women into proximity, close enough for conversation, close enough for longing. Confession was especially charged, a deeply intimate ritual where a nun would pour out her soul to a priest she might see weekly. The boundaries blurred, and while most crushes faded with time or discipline, some took deeper root. There are reports of monastics attempting to elope, of nuns caught in lovers' correspondence, of monks quietly dismissed from their posts after undisclosed conduct. One famous case from 12th century France involved a Benedictine nun who repeatedly sought confession from the same young monk, later found to have composed love poems hidden among her devotional texts. The monk was relocated, the nun was confined. The poems strangely survived. Of course, not all feelings were romantic. Some were simply emotional dependencies, deep friendships mistaken for something else. or longings that filled the void left by worldly life. But in a setting where physical affection was strictly limited, no hugs, no unchaperoned meetings, no private letters, any connection risked becoming charged. A kind word became flirtation. A shared laugh became scandal. Monastic rules were designed not just to regulate action, but to starve emotion of opportunity. And yet, the Church itself was paradoxically responsible for some of this confusion. Medieval religious life was steeped in romantic language. Devotion to Christ was framed as bridal, even sensual. Nuns were described as the brides of Christ. Monks read mystical texts in which saints described God's love in erotic metaphors. The lines between spiritual longing and earthly desire were often blurry, and even the most devout struggled to separate the two. But what happened when temptation moved beyond poetry? What happened when two hearts, despite everything, refused to surrender to the silence? Temptation within the cloister was rarely loud. It was not the crashing, theatrical seduction of legends, but rather a slow and subtle erosion of restraint. A lingering glance, a gesture repeated, a voice that echoed longer than necessary in the mind. For monks and nuns bound by vows, even the smallest emotional attachment could feel enormous, spiritually dangerous, personally thrilling, and logistically impossible. But sometimes, impossibility was part of the allure. By the 12th and 13th centuries, monasteries had become highly organized institutions. They enforced strict rules about contact between men and women, and maintained even stricter codes of behavior among their own members. Most orders, like the Benedictines or Cistercians, used architecture itself to enforce separation. Walls, grills, locked doors, and separate pathways for each sex. In many convents, men weren't allowed past the threshold at all unless it was absolutely necessary. But temptation often entered through the very systems designed to prevent it, especially through confession. Confession was more than a ritual cleansing of the soul. It was a moment of profound vulnerability, one person speaking freely to another, usually in hushed tones, under the promise of total secrecy. The confessor, often a male priest or monk, held enormous power. He heard fears, regrets, doubts, and private longings. For some nuns, especially those who had been enclosed since childhood, confession was the only private, extended conversation they ever had with a man. That emotional vacuum made it easy for feelings to be misunderstood, to grow into attachments, and when affection turned into attachment, the consequences were swift and severe. Monastic records are full of discreet phrases, indiscreet familiarity, unauthorized correspondence, failure of spiritual discipline. Behind these euphemisms were real people caught between devotion and desire. A nun who wrote too often to her confessor might have her letters intercepted. A monk who lingered near the convent garden too frequently might be transferred to another region. Sometimes even the mere suspicion of impropriety was enough to trigger an investigation or punishment. Some cases went further. One example is the story of Brother Alberic and Sister Jean, recorded in a 14th century church inquiry in northern France. Alberic, a young monk, was assigned to deliver food to a nearby convent. Over time, his visits raised quiet concern, especially when one nun began requesting him by name. When the abbess looked into it, she discovered hidden messages between them, speaking of dreams, shared prayers, and spiritual longing. Alberic was sent away to a distant monastery. Jean was barred from receiving communion for a year. Her letters, written partly in Latin and partly in Old French, were preserved as evidence, full of poetic language that even now feels intimate. But not all forbidden relationships were handled so gently. In stricter orders, or politically sensitive convents, transgression meant disgrace. A nun who became pregnant was often cast out, declared fallen, or sent to a penitential house, a kind of prison disguised as religious reform. If the child was allowed to live, it might be raised anonymously inside the convent or given away. A monk caught in scandal risked being defrocked, forced to do public penance, or exiled. Some abbots tried to keep such cases quiet to protect the monastery's reputation. Others made examples of the offenders, and yet, again and again, such stories emerged. Why? Because, despite the isolation, monasteries were full of people whose emotions couldn't be permanently suppressed. Human longing didn't stop at the cloister gates. Love were something like it found its way into places meant for silence. A nun might express her longing by embroidering altar cloths with elaborate patterns, or by composing mystical poems addressed to Christ in the language of romantic love. A monk might pour his turmoil into music or chant. These works were praised as holy but often carried private, hidden meanings. Even more remarkable are the rare stories of lifelong attachments that were somehow tolerated. Some monks and nuns, usually older and respected, were quietly allowed to maintain spiritual friendships, relationships that were intensely emotional, deliberately chaste, and always under suspicion. Surviving letters between such pairs often show deep affection that skirts the edge of propriety without crossing it. But those cases were exceptional. For most, the monastery left no room for personal connection. If a bond was suspected, it was swiftly and often harshly broken. The heart was meant to be ruled, not explored. And when it disobeyed, love in the monastery wasn't an epidemic, but it was a quiet, persistent rumor. The church feared it precisely because it proved that no vow could fully suppress the human soul. What about those who left? The nuns who fled, the monks who vanished? Did they find love in the world they had been taught to renounce, or something even harder to bear? Leaving the monastery wasn't just walking out the door. It meant giving up an entire identity built on vows, rituals, and centuries of religious expectation. For the few who escaped, whether for love or from disillusionment, the world outside was rarely forgiving. Escape was not freedom, it was exile, and the price of forbidden love, once paid, almost never brought peace, despite the constant surveillance. Escapes did happen. Convents, where staff numbers were smaller and enforcement depended on local authority, were especially vulnerable. Determined nuns sometimes slipped away, aided by lovers' young clerics who waited at night with horses, or rope-sore by bribed servants or sympathetic relatives who objected to their forced religious life. The most daring escapes took place during religious festivals, when towns were distracted by processions and celebrations. A missing nun might not be discovered until morning prayers, by which time she could be miles away, with nothing but a cloak and hope that someone would take her in. But escaping was only the first step. Once outside, former monastics faced grim prospects. If the relationship that had prompted the escape failed or had never really existed, There was no safety net. Former nuns had almost no legal protection. They were seen as dishonored, unreliable, or even cursed. Most had no property, no dowry, no inheritance rights. Some were taken in by relatives out of obligation. Others survived as housekeepers, midwives, or teachers if they were lucky. Many, rejected or disgraced, ended up begging or simply vanished. From the records. In England, church records mention apostate nuns, women who left the convent and refused to return. Some were excommunicated, which in that era meant spiritual and social death. Others were declared fugitives and hunted by church officials. Even sympathetic bishops had little leeway. A vow was a vow, and breaking it meant scandal and sin. Men had slightly more options. Some became parish priests in remote regions where clergy were scarce. Others became wandering preachers or scholars. But if they had left for love, their reputation followed them. Rumors spread. Some were denied communion. Others were accused of seduction, theft, or heresy. The church never forgot. Still, love stories persisted. Not all ended in tragedy. In a few rare cases, escaped monks and nuns married the person they loved and built quiet, ordinary lives. They settled in villages where no one asked questions, raised children, and grew old, carrying only the faint memory of Latin hymns. These stories weren't recorded officially, but their names appear in parish registers and baptismal lists, proof that they existed. And sometimes the desire to escape wasn't about another person at all. It was a hunger for freedom, life that wasn't defined by walls and rules. Many nuns had never felt a genuine religious calling. Many monks had carried doubts since childhood. For them, a crush on a fellow novice or an intense bond with a confessor became the spark not of lust, but of selfhood. The realization that life could be larger than the cloister. For those who stayed behind, longing remained. A nun who never left might remember a single glance for the rest of her life, weaving that memory into prayers whispered alone in her cell. A monk might bury his feelings under scholarship, copying gospels by candlelight while recalling a voice, a laugh, a moment the rule could not describe. These were not great romances, just flickers, unresolved, unrewarded, but utterly human. Medieval monasteries were designed to eliminate temptation, but in their effort to stamp it out, they often magnified it, and in their coldest spaces they proved a simple truth. Love, even the smallest, quietest form, could survive without touch, without words, even without hope. So we're left to wonder, were those who stayed in the cloister truly the most faithful, or simply the ones who learned to turn their heartbreak into silence? In the medieval mind, purity wasn't only a moral concept, it was a physical condition. And for women, especially brides, that condition had to be proven, not metaphorically, not spiritually, but biologically, on demand. A girl could be well-behaved and genuinely devout, but if there was any suspicion she wasn't a virgin on her wedding day, her reputation and sometimes her life was in danger. In a world obsessed with lineage, inheritance, and sexual control, virginity wasn't considered a virtue. It was property, and property had to be inspected. The obsession didn't come from superstition alone. In feudal Europe, marriage was a legal contract, and the bride's virginity was part of the terms. A nobleman wanted to be sure that the children born of his wife's body were his, and not the result of a dalliance before marriage. Virginity was evidence of both loyalty and economic value. If a noble family paid a hefty dowry for a supposedly pure daughter and later learned she was not, the consequences could include divorce, annulment, or the return of the dowry plus humiliation, exile, or worse for the girl herself, which meant, at times, that a bride's body became subject to inspection. Not always, not everywhere, but often enough that stories, records, and rituals survive describing the practice in disturbing detail. In some cases, the examination was formal and medical. Midwives, matrons, or hired experts were brought in before the wedding night to confirm whether the bride's body showed the signs of virginity, a euphemism that usually referred to an intact hymen. Though even in the Middle Ages, the logic was inconsistent and highly flawed. There were no reliable indicators, and most knowledgeable midwives knew this. Still, they performed the rituals, often under pressure, knowing that a family's honor and a girl's future rested on their pronouncements. In other cases, the inspection was far less clinical and far more public. One of the most notorious customs, particularly in some parts of France, England, and the Germanic states, was the post-wedding bedding ceremony. After the vows and feast, the bride and groom were escorted sometimes by dozens of guests, priests, and family members to their bedchamber. The couple would be ceremonially undressed, tucked into bed, and expected to consummate the marriage with enough audible enthusiasm to assure the gathered crowd that all was proceeding lawfully. In some cases, the bedsheets were examined the next morning for blood. In others, witnesses were expected to attest that the bride was sound and pure. This process was humiliating by design. It reinforced that the bride's body was public property until it had been ritually claimed by her husband. The marriage, in legal and social terms, was not fully valid until it had been consummated with a virgin bride, and if the sheets were clean, or the groom felt she wasn't tight enough, accusations could fly regardless of the truth. The consequences of these accusations were severe. A woman accused of not being a virgin might be cast aside, her marriage annulled, her dowry forfeited, and her reputation ruined. Some were sent to convents in disgrace. Others were quietly married off to lower status men, or forbidden from marrying at all. The stain of such a rumor could extend to her sisters, affecting their chances at good matches. Entire families could fall from grace because of a single accusation, regardless of evidence. To guard against this, some families staged elaborate rituals to prove virginity in advance. Priests might be summoned to bless the bride's bedchamber. Prayers were recited, talismans hung. A midwife's signed statement was treated like a legal document. In some towns, girls approaching marriage age were kept under near total surveillance. To preserve the family's investment, a walk alone with a boy could trigger scandal. A rumor whispered in the market could derail a marriage contract. The pressure was immense, and it was deeply unequal. Grooms were rarely, if ever, subjected to such scrutiny. Of course, the reality was far more complex than the rituals allowed. The hymen, misunderstood, then as now, could be stretched, torn, or absent for 1,000 reasons unrelated to sex. Horseback riding, illness, injury, and many women simply did not bleed during intercourse, particularly if their bodies were tense, terrified, or unwilling. But none of this mattered in a culture more interested in proof than truth. In response to this impossible standard, women and the women who attended them developed subtle strategies. Some soaked rags in animal blood and hid them in the bed. Others used sharp herbs or thorny plants to provoke slight bleeding before the wedding night. Some midwives coached girls in how to act the right kind of pain and surprise. It was theater, but it was survival. And while these customs faded in most places by the early modern period, they did not vanish entirely. In some rural areas, the virginity inspection lingered in folk traditions well into the 18th century, and the deeper cultural idea that a woman's worth on her wedding day hinged on what she hadn't done remained stubbornly intact. Begs the question, if society built so many rituals to prove a bride's virginity, what happened when a woman decided not to play along? In a world where silence was mistaken for virtue and compliance passed as chastity, defiance was rare but not absent. There were, across the long centuries of medieval custom, women who refused the role written for them, who challenged the myth of measurable purity, who pushed back against a ritual that demanded they bleed for the comfort of others. Their voices are faint, buried in court records, letters, and chronicles. But they are there, and they show that even in the most rigid systems, not every woman agreed to be inspected. Some simply said no. In parts of late medieval Italy, where dowries were large and reputations fragile, the virginity inspection became a flashpoint of resistance. Wealthy merchant families often hired midwives to examine their daughters prior to marriage. But by the 14th century, educated women in cities like Florence and Siena began to object. Some refused to be examined on religious grounds, arguing that their bodies were sacred and not subject to such intrusions. Others, usually with the protection of powerful families, simply asserted that their word was enough. A rare few got away with it. Court records show that when accusations of non-virginity were raised, some women fought back legally. A French woman named Isabelle of Rouen, accused by her husband on their wedding night, took him to court in 1382. She presented statements from neighbors, a supportive midwife, and her parish priest, insisting the accusation was a cover for the husband's own failure to perform. Remarkably, the court ruled in her favor an exception that made the chroniclers take note. Most women in her position had neither the resources nor the standing to challenge their fate. More often, resistance took quieter forms. Some families faked the rituals, staging inspections that never happened, producing forged testimonials from midwives who had never entered the bedchamber. As long as the sheet was read in the morning, all was well. The truth was secondary to the appearance of tradition, and for women who had engaged in premarital sex, willingly or otherwise, the stakes were even higher. Rape, often unreported and poorly understood, could leave a woman both traumatized and disqualified from marriage. In rare cases, families attempted to conceal such pasts by sending daughters to convents for temporary refuge, only to retrieve them years later under new names and identities. It was deception, but one born of desperation. The system did not allow for nuance. Interestingly, some regions and legal codes quietly began to evolve. In parts of Spain, during the late Reconquista period, certain legal texts advised against public bedding ceremonies and virginity inspections. They were, in the words of one 15th-century Castilian judge, These critiques didn't abolish the rituals, but they chipped away at their perceived sanctity. A slow, halting recognition was emerging that the worth of a wife might not lie in a hymen, but in her intelligence, loyalty, or ability to manage a household. Of course, these were whispers in a very loud room. In most of Europe, the obsession with female purity remained a defining feature of marriage customs, and those who resisted it risked everything. A woman labeled impure could lose her marriage, her dowry, and her social standing in a single accusation. Some fled their homes. Others resigned themselves to lives of celibacy or servitude. A few chose worse fates, and yet the inspection itself, this deeply flawed, invasive ritual, continued to inspire discomfort, satire, and skepticism, even in its time. Some medieval poets mocked the practice, comparing it to market inspections of cattle or produce. A 14th-century play from southern Germany features a bride hiding in terror as her groom parades her bloody sheet through the village, only for it to be revealed that the stains came from butcher's scraps slipped into the linens. The audience would have laughed but uneasily, because everyone knew it could just as easily be real. Behind the rituals was a truth few could speak aloud, that virginity, as it was defined and measured, was a fiction. An idea designed to control, to guarantee, to assign blame or value based on biology. And yet, women lived and suffered according to that fiction for centuries. So when a bride refused inspection, when she stood before her family and said, "I will not be touched," not like that, she wasn't just rejecting a custom, she was rejecting the belief that her worth could be measured in flesh. But what happened on the other side of marriage? After the inspection, the bedding, the blood, did the scrutiny endure? Did it follow her into her married life? You might think the scrutiny ended once the vows were said and the blood-stained sheet, real or fabricated, was displayed. But in medieval society, a bride's wedding night was not the final exam. It was merely the start of a lifetime of monitoring. Because while virginity was an obsession before marriage, fertility became the obsession after it. And both conditions, purity and reproduction, were not seen as private concerns, but as matters of public interest, legal consequence, and political significance. And trust was in short supply. Expectations began immediately. A noble bride, especially, was expected to conceive as quickly as possible. A successful pregnancy was seen as confirmation of her virtue, her obedience, and ironically, her former chastity. A woman who became pregnant within months was praised as both fertile and faithful. One who didn't, however, was scrutinized all over again. Was she barren? Was she unchaste? Was the marriage consummated at all? And if not, whose fault was it? Sometimes the husband admitted to difficulties. More often, the blame was placed squarely on the wife. And so the cycle of surveillance resumed. Midwives might be consulted. Priests might be summoned. In noble houses, whispered accusations could turn into formal complaints. A husband might claim fraud, say his wife did not appear to bleed, and seek annulment. Legal records survive. From ecclesiastical courts in England and France, where men petitioned to dissolve marriages on the basis of hidden impurity or non-consummation. The Church, to its credit, did not always side with them, but the damage was often done. And when children were born, the question of legitimacy loomed. A wife who gave birth to Sunse, 5 or 6 months after the wedding was suspected. of fornication. A wife who bore a child with features the husband didn't recognize might be accused of infidelity. These fears weren't always rational, but they were deeply rooted. In a world where property, titles, and political alliances passed through bloodlines, a single whispered question is, the child truly his? Could unravel generations of planning. Even among commoners, the stakes were high. A woman caught in adultery might face public penance, the wearing of humiliating garments, or, in extreme cases, execution, or an old grudge dressed up as concern. To preempt such accusations, women learned to perform obedience. They dressed modestly. They prayed publicly. They avoided private contact with any man but their husband. Some wrote letters full of devotion, preserved today in dusty archives, in which they declare their love and loyalty with exhausting regularity. Others commissioned religious artwork, donated to the church. A miscarriage might prompt suspicions. A stillbirth might invite whispers. A healthy child who looked different from the father, lighter or darker, thinner or broader, could cast a shadow over the mother's reputation. There were no genetic tests. There was only opinion. And opinion, in medieval Europe, was often wielded like a sword. Interestingly, a wife who wanted to oust a rival might accuse her of having lost her virginity prior to marriage. A mother-in-law who disliked her son's bride could hint. These accusations, even when false, could stick. A reputation for unchastity was nearly impossible to wash away. Especially widows sought to reclaim their autonomy by reinterpreting their past. Widows had more legal freedom and could, in some regions, manage property, enter contracts, and even choose whether to remarry. Of their histories, it wasn't about truth, it was about image. Even after a lifetime of marriage and motherhood, the performance of purity still mattered. Over time, these customs began to fade, but the cultural obsession with virginity lingered. It migrated from the monastery to the manor house, from parchment scrolls to whispered legends, and in many ways it never entirely left. What began as a ritual inspection of a bride's body became a lifelong test, one she could never quite pass because the standards were vague, shifting, and designed to keep her under suspicion. So we return to the original question: if virginity was so valuable and marriage so transactional, was there ever space in medieval life for a woman to be herself, not a symbol, not a vessel, but simply a person? In the already rigid and ritual-heavy world of medieval marriage, one might assume that death would bring a clean end to courtship. But the Middle Ages had a way of unsettling that assumption. Sometimes, even death wasn't enough to cancel a wedding. But between one living and one dead, this was not symbolic. In some cases, it was literal. Across medieval Europe, especially among the nobility, a betrothal was more than a promise. It was a contract, one that once formalized could bind families, transfer land, and forge peace between kingdoms. And when one party died after the engagement, but before the wedding, the contract didn't always die with them, especially if the match was politically important. In fact, a funeral could turn into a wedding ceremony, with a living bride or groom married to a corpse lying in state, dressed in ceremonial finery and crowned with flowers. Most often, the living party was the woman, and the dead, draped in silk, propped carefully on a bier of fever or some sudden misfortune. In such cases, the posthumous Marriage served several purposes. First, it ensured that the bride retained the social and financial advantages promised to her. It sealed the alliance between families, especially when large dowries or territorial claims were at stake. The marriage might even legitimize future claims made in the name of the deceased. It was, in short, a union of power, not passion. One of the most famous examples occurred in 15th century France. Charles VIII died suddenly in 1498 without a direct heir. His widow, Anne of Brittany, had already been married to him under a contract that tied the Duchy of Brittany to the French crown. In the frantic negotiations that followed, officials suggested she might be remarried posthumously to another royal heir to preserve the legal Lincoln idea, eventually set aside in favor of a living alliance. But the notion was not dismissed as absurd. It was seriously considered. The precedent already existed. The ritual itself was equal parts somber and surreal. Accounts describe brides taking vows before a casket. Prayers would be said. Witnesses would sign documents affirming the legitimacy of the union. The bride, veiled and often weeping, was now legally and spiritually wedded to a man who would never share her bed, her home, or her table. In some cases, the marriage served more than political function. It offered social protection. A noblewoman promised to a powerful man might find herself vulnerable once he died. Other suitors might view her as fair game. Her status could drop dramatically if the match were cancelled. But if she became his widow even briefly, she gained the legal protections, titles, and sometimes land owed to her. Widowhood, in many parts of Europe, conferred a level of autonomy that maidenhood never did. There are 2 records of posthumous marriages involving both lower nobility and commoners, especially in cases of scandal. If a couple had engaged in a relationship considered illicit, one that ended in pregnancy or death, families might arrange a posthumous marriage to preserve honor. A dead man could be married to the woman he had seduced, ensuring that any child born would not be considered illegitimate. The Church occasionally sanctioned these unions, not because they were canonically valid, but because they served the greater social good. Not everyone approved, of course. Some bishops condemned the practice as morbid or heretical. Canon law frowned on marriages that lacked the mutual consent of both parties, and a dead man, even an agreeable one, could hardly offer consent. Still, the practice was never fully banned. Instead, it existed in a legal and theological gray zone, allowed in some dioceses, tolerated in others, and quietly ignored elsewhere. But one cannot help but wonder, what did it feel like to stand before an altar and wed the dead? Witnesses, but not the tremble in the bride's voice, or the chill in her spine. And yet, posthumous marriage was not always the end. Sometimes it was just the beginning. Because if the bride was declared a widow, she might soon be remarried, this time to a living man, chosen not by love, but by the political winds now swirling around her. Which leads to the next question. What happened when the living spouse wasn't ready to let the dead one go? In the eyes of the law, a posthumous bride was a widow. But in the eyes of the court, the family, and sometimes her own heart, she was something else, in a strange limbo between reverence and responsibility. She was married, but had no husband, widowed, but had never known a wedding night. Another contract, she might be expected to mourn a man she'd never held or carry on the legacy of a marriage that never truly began. The expectations for mourning were rigid and public. Noble widows, even those who had married corpses, were expected to adopt the black veil, to observe months or even years of grief. They were advised to avoid public celebrations, to withdraw from courtly life, and to speak of their late husband with pious sorrow. Yet many such women had never spoken with the man they had married. They might have been strangers, joined only by quills and seals. Still, they were expected to weep. Some embraced the role. For a posthumous bride with political acumen, widowhood could be a kind of freedom. She could assert control over lands inherited through the marriage, especially if her dowry had already been transferred. In some cases, widows acted as regents for unborn or underage heirs. In others, they entered religious life, not out of devotion, but as a retreat from further exploitation. These women became abbesses, powerful figures in their own right, wielding spiritual and economic influence beyond the reach of noble suitors. But for others, the story was less dignified. A woman married posthumously was still subject to dynastic expectation. Her body was still political property. She might be remarried within months, especially if her first husband had been young, powerful, and left no heir. The idea that she had just finished grieving was not an obstacle. Her usefulness remained, and usefulness, not grief, dictated her next move. Still, the ghost of her first, dead husband lingered, sometimes metaphorically, sometimes with near literal weight. In one case, recorded in the Burgundian court in the early 1400s, a young noblewoman named Alix was posthumously married to a count who had died in a jousting accident. She dutifully took her vows at the funeral mass, was crowned with bridal flowers, and declared his widow the next day. Months later, she was betrothed to his cousin. When the new match was challenged by rival claimants, her widowhood was invoked to block the union on the grounds that she had not mourned long enough. The irony, of course, was that she had never known the man, and sometimes grief was real. In a few tragic cases, the bride had been genuinely in love with her betrothed before his untimely death. When the posthumous wedding took place, it was a form of closure, painful and ceremonial. A few letters survive from these unions, in which young women described the moment they took vows beside a coffin. One Spanish noblewoman wrote to her confessor, "I became his wife, not in joy, but in proof. I wished to be his widow, because I could no longer be his bride." That line, preserved in dusty margins, speaks to the complexity of these marriages. Not all were cynical transactions. Some were acts of devotion, twisted by custom. Still, others rejected the charade entirely. In rare cases, women refused the posthumous union, claiming spiritual discomfort or appealing to sympathetic clerics for exemption. Sometimes the appeal worked. Other times, the marriage was performed in absentia with proxies, legal witnesses, and no bride present at all. In those cases, she was still bound by the result, whether she agreed to it or not. Meanwhile, the political utility of posthumous marriage endured. In parts of Central Europe, the practice remained in use even as Renaissance ideas of individuality and romance began to erode older feudal norms. The Habsburgs, always eager to cement control over their sprawling dominions, used posthumous arrangements to justify claims, seal territorial acquisitions, and reinforce dynastic succession. Marriage was less about union than about continuity. The dead, so long as they still had legal value, remained in play. These unions posed peculiar questions to the Church. Could a sacrament be performed with a corpse? Could consent be presumed based on a prior betrothal? Officially, canon law required mutual consent, but local exceptions abounded. Bishops, especially those beholden to noble patrons, often looked the other way. God, they reasoned, understood necessity, but in private, doubts persisted. Priests whispered concerns about the soul of a dead man tied to a living woman. Could such a bond be broken? What if the widow remarried? Did the first union, never consummated, still hold primacy in heaven? Theological answers were murky, but political answers were always clear. The marriage served its purpose, and that was enough. And so, posthumous brides carried their strange vows with them into court, into convent, into history. They were living symbols of alliance, loyalty, and, above all, flexibility in a system where the living and the dead were sometimes indistinguishable in matters of state. But what if the situation were reversed? What if it was the living groom who married a bride who had already passed in, did so not for politics, but for love? It is one thing to marry the dead for duty. It is quite another to do it for love. While posthumous marriage among nobility often served political purposes, strategic widowhoods, land claims, dynastic continuity, there are rare, haunting stories of posthumous weddings carried out by men who simply could not let go. In these moments, the legal ritual became something darker, sadder, and strangely more human, not a transaction, but a gesture of grief. Such cases were rare, but not unheard of. One of the most extraordinary comes not from medieval Europe proper, but from its periphery, from the Kingdom of France in the early 14th century, where an obscure nobleman named Etienne de Bourbon is said to have requested a posthumous wedding to his betrothed, Agnes, who died suddenly of a fever just days before their planned ceremony. In a chapel still decorated with flowers for the postponed celebration, he stood before her body, swore the vows they had both memorized, and placed a ring on her cold hand. The bishop objected, the family protested, but the king's emissary allowed it. The lands had already changed hands, the dowry accounted for, and the mourning groom had pledged to live the rest of his life unmarried. It was done. Agnes was declared his wife and, immediately afterward, his widow. What could compel a man to marry the dead? In this case, it may have been a mix of grief, guilt, and protection. If Agnes had died unwed, her property might revert to her family, her servants dismissed, her household dissolved. But as a wife, even briefly, she became a part of Etienne's legacy. He could build a tomb for her beside his own. He could carry her crest alongside his. In the brutal arithmetic of noble society, love needed a contract to be remembered. In other cases, posthumous marriages were attempts to repair scandal. If a noble woman died during childbirth and the child's legitimacy was in question, the father might marry her posthumously to secure inheritance. This was less about sentiment and more about reputation, but sometimes the lines blurred. The ceremony offered a form of absolution. The man could say he had intended to marry her, that he had meant to do right, that her soul, now past, had a name to rest under. But not all such weddings were so formal. In folktales and local chronicles, there are stories of grieving men burying their beloved in bridal gowns, placing veils over the coffin, whispering vows into tombs. These rituals may not have had legal weight, but they carried emotional gravity. They were private sacraments, created in the cracks left by death and custom. Some communities tolerated such things. A sympathetic priest might bless a ring. A sexton might arrange a funeral with wedding hymns. In smaller towns, the line between betrothal and marriage was blurry enough that no one pressed the issue. But in courts and noble circles, posthumous grooms remained curiosities, too emotional to be trusted, too impractical to be emulated. And yet, even as outliers, they complicate the story. Because while most posthumous marriages were about dynasty, these few were about memory, about making grief legible, about binding the living to the dead in ways that contracts alone could not contain. The Church, for its part, remained ambivalent. Official doctrine required consent, and the dead could not speak. But in moments of quiet compassion, some clergy allowed the ceremonies to go forward. After all, a vow spoken beside a coffin might do no harm, might bring peace to a broken heart. In a few monastic records, there are accounts of monks performing shadow weddings for grieving noblemen. These were not recognized legally, but they were structured like real ceremonies, vows, prayers, and blessings, offered to a soul no longer present. One particularly poignant entry from a Cistercian abbey simply reads, "He took the ring from her chest and placed it on her hand again. He asked for no witness but God." So why did these men marry the dead? Perhaps because grief demands ritual. Perhaps because love, denied its ending, seeks a shapely shape to rest in. And perhaps because, in a world that measured everything in contracts, coins, and inheritances, the only way to make love real was to sign it in ink and say the words, even if no one was left to hear them. It leaves us with a final, lingering thought. In a society obsessed with the living's obligations to the dead, what did the dead owe the living in return? Was memory enough? Or did these strange weddings reveal a deeper truth that even in death, the business of love was never quite finished? In the modern mind, engagement implies readiness to people, consenting adults, agreeing to build a future together. But in medieval Europe, readiness was negotiable. Consent could be deferred, and age was often irrelevant. Because for many noble families, the best time to arrange a marriage wasn't when a daughter turned 16 or a son inherited his title. It was when they were infants, sometimes still in the cradles waddled in lace, drooling and entirely unaware that their future had already been sealed in ink and wax. This was known as infant betrothal, and it was a standard if quietly unsettling practice among the upper classes for centuries. The reasons were many, but they all traced back to one word: control. A child's marriage, arranged before they could even walk, meant political security, land consolidation, and peace between rival houses. And the younger the child, the less chance they'd fall in love with someone inconvenient before the family plan could be enacted. Betrothals between children were not symbolic, they were legal. In canon law, marriage required consent, but betrothal could be made in the future tense, and that was enough to bind two families together. If two noble houses agreed to marry their infant children when they came of age, the church and state recognized the promise. Backing out later could mean fines, lost property, or diplomatic insult. In some cases, broken betrothals sparked skirmishes. One of the most famous examples is the betrothal of Mary, Queen of Scots. At 6 months old, she was promised to Prince Edward of England. The match was meant to unite the two kingdoms and bring peace. But when Scottish nobles balked at the idea of sending a toddler queen to London, the English crown invaded. The result? The so-called rough wooing, a brutal campaign that left scars across the border. Mary eventually married the French Dauphin instead, still as a teenager, but her first engagement was arranged before she could sit upright on her own dot in noble courts. These arrangements were cause for elaborate ceremony. Infant betrothals were sometimes announced at public feasts. Babies might be held up before the gathered nobles like living treaty scrolls. Rings, teeny and symbolic, might be placed on a chubby finger. There are records of betrothal gowns being sewn for girl children, embroidered with family crests. One particularly detailed German account describes a 2-year-old boy being gifted a ceremonial sword in honor of his forthcoming marriage, despite the fact that he still needed help holding a spoon. These arrangements weren't always limited to young children. Sometimes one party was an adult, usually a man in his 20s or 30s, betrothed to a child bride who would be sent to his household. Once she reached the legal age for consummation, this could mean that a knight was pledged to a man she wouldn't live with for several years. Until then, she might remain with her mother, her nursemaids, or be sent to a nunnery for education and moral instruction. While these matches were legal, the church did maintain age thresholds. The minimum age for marriage was 12 for girls and 14 for boys, though consummation could be delayed further. These were, notably, minimums, not recommendations. And though many families waited, others saw no reason to delay the public ceremony. So long as the act itself was postponed, the union could be declared early, and that was enough to freeze political relationships in place. Some parents used infant betrothal as a way to pre-spend inheritance. A nobleman might promise his daughter's marriage to secure a loan or to repay a military debt. In such cases, the girl became collateral. There are medieval letters in which bishops, children themselves, most knew nothing of the arrangement until years later, when they were called upon to fulfill it. A girl might grow up learning the name of her intended husband from tutors, from songs, or from her embroidered initials matched to his. A boy might be reminded of his future bride in court documents, or in the crest sewn onto his sleeve. But the emotional impact was minimal till it wasn't. When the day came, and the match was enforced, resistance was not an option. There are occasional stories of children objecting, of girls pleading not to marry the boy they had only met once, of boys refusing to acknowledge a bride chosen years before. But these stories usually end with correction, punishment, or a reminder that family honor outweighed personal discomfort. In such households, love was not the goal. Alliance was. Still, in rare cases, infant betrothals did grow into affection. A pair raised, knowing they would marry, sometimes developed a sibling-like familiarity that, over time, evolved into partnership. But these were exceptions, and even then, they were partnerships shaped by duty first, feeling second. So what happened? When the plan unraveled, when one child died, when a better match came along, Could these early contracts be undone, or did they follow the survivors like a cradle-bound curse in a world built on parchment promises and bloodline ambition? Breaking a betrothal was no small matter. An infant engagement might have been arranged before the children could form words, but once ink touched vellum and witnesses were called, the bond, however absurdly early, was considered real. And real promises, in the medieval mind, demanded real consequences if undone. The easiest way to escape a betrothal was the cruelest, death. Infant mortality was high across medieval Europe. Even noble children, swaddled in fine linens and surrounded by physicians, often didn't survive the rigors. When one child died, the contract was considered null. But even this sometimes sparked disputes. If the families had already exchanged property or titles as part of the arrangement, the death could lead to bitter negotiations over what had to be returned. In more complicated cases, a betrothed child reached the age of marriage only for one party or their family to decide that the match was no longer desirable. Maybe the dowry proved smaller than expected. Whatever the reason, breaking the contract was possible, but costly. The church offered a narrow exit ramp, mutual consent, but in most cases, one side resisted. That's when things moved into the legal arena. Canon courts were filled with petitions over broken engagements, especially in noble circles. Families sued one another for breach of promise. Dowries were recalled, reputations tarnished, alliances frayed, and for the person at the center of it all, the child, now a teenager or young adulthood, could mean exile from both futures. If a noble woman's engagement was broken off due to suspicions about her virtue, a young man who backed out of a betrothal might be seen as untrustworthy or dishonorable. In both cases, reputations that had been leveraged since infancy could collapse overnight. Some tried subtler methods. One well-documented trick was to delay the betrothal until one party could be sent off to religious life. A daughter could be voluntarily veiled as a nun, especially convenient if the match was politically inconvenient or financially burdensome. In certain families, a daughter's convent entrance was arranged not because of any divine calling, but because the original marriage plan had soured. Once veiled, she could no longer marry him. The family could claim the contract was void. Of course, these solutions were rarely kind to the child involved. A girl whose engagement was broken might be forced into a convent for the rest of her life, with little regard for her desires. A boy whose match fell through might find his family's finances in shambles, especially if the failed union had been tied to land debts or other agreements. Then there were the truly bizarre cases, when one child died, but the betrothal continued. Yes, sometimes a new child was substituted into the existing contract. If a noble couple had lost a daughter, betrothed at birth, and later had another daughter, they might simply amend the agreement to include the new girl. The paperwork might change a few names, but the political purpose remained untouched. The bride was replaceable. The contract was not. The same happened in reverse. If a boy promised in infancy died young, and his brother was of age, he might be pressured to honor the alliance and marry the intended bride. These practices blurred the line between political arrangement and personal identity, which officially required consent, and discouraged treating children like political pawns, often looked the other way, so long as the marriages were not incestuous or scandalous. Canon lawyers were content to rubber stamp the contracts, especially when generous donations were made to local dioceses. Still, some children resisted. A few left letters rare, but illuminating, describing their anxiety, their longing for choice. In one 15th-century Italian letter, a noble girl engaged at age 4 writes to her father as a teenager, "Let me be unwed, or let me love. I am not the coin you spend." Her plea was ignored, yet such voices hint at a quiet undercurrent of rebellion. Over time, as Renaissance ideals began to stress individual agency and affection in marriage, the practice of infant betrothal began to decline. But in the medieval centuries, it remained grimly popular, not because it worked emotionally, but because it worked politically. And so, in castles and courts, contracts were signed over sleeping children. Feasts were held for toddlers who couldn't speak, and behind it all, the grinding machinery of inheritance and power continued to turn. But here's the question that never quite faded. When a life is promised before it even begins, how does that child ever grow into a person who truly belongs to themselves? By the time a child reached adolescence in medieval Europe, their future had often already been dictated, scribbled in a ledger, sealed with wax, and toasted at a feast held when they were still teething. For the sons and daughters of noble households, growing up promised meant navigating childhood as both a person and a political asset. And while the marriage itself might still be years away, the betrothal shaped everything from how they were educated to how they were spoken to, and sometimes even how they saw themselves. Girls bore the heaviest weight. A betrothed girl was treated less like a child and more like a fragile investment. Her education was tailored not to her interests, but to the expectations of her future husband's household. If he was French, she would be taught French. If his family prized courtly graces, she would learn music, embroidery, dancing, all so that when the day arrived, she would arrive as a polished package, exactly what had been ordered. She was also expected to remain spotless reputationally and physically. Her virtue had to be preserved not just through behavior, but through total control of her environment. That meant chaperones, curtailed movement, and a quiet reminder that her greatest danger was being seen to act improperly. A girl who played too roughly with boys, or who rode out too freely on her own horse, could invite suspicion. And suspicion, in a society that saw virtue as visible and easily lost, was as damaging as guilt. Boys, too, carried the expectations of their early pledges. These arrangements were both educational and political. The boy learned court manners and knightly skills, but he also served as a walking reminder that the alliance was already underway. His very presence was a contract in motion. And yet, despite the rigidity of these arrangements, children were still children. They developed opinions, they formed friendships. Sometimes, they fell in love with people other than those chosen for them, and when this happened, the emotional conflict was intense. What began as a distant arrangement, scribbled before memory, could suddenly feel like a cage. Some complied, accepting the match with solemnity, convinced that duty came before desire. Others rebelled, quietly dragging their feet, writing letters, weeping behind closed doors. A few ran away, though this was rare, and risky. The punishment for breaking a betrothal, even emotionally, could be severe: disinheritance, confinement in a convent, exile from court. These weren't just personal dramas. They were political crises. There were attempts, over the centuries, to reform the system. The Church increasingly emphasized the importance of mutual consent. By the 12th century, canon law declared that marriage required the willing agreement of both parties. But in practice, consent was elastic. A 12-year-old girl nodding quietly under her father's stare was rarely seen as coerced, and so the system lumbered on, powered by inertia and reinforced by wealth. Yet even within that structure, we see flickers of something more human. Letters exchanged between young couples engaged from childhood sometimes reveal tenderness, shared hopes, a growing fondness, not love, perhaps, but connection. One preserved letter from a 14-year-old nobleman to his 12-year-old fiancée reads, "I do not yet know you, but I pray that we may not be strangers." It's a small sentence, but one that hints at the human desire to turn arrangement into relationship. And then there were the betrothals that were never fulfilled. War, plague, or shifting alliances often intervened. In those cases, the promised children were suddenly unpromised, released back into a world where they might be matched again, or not at all. Some embraced the freedom. Others mourned what had never been. One girl, once pledged to the heir of a now ruined family, chose never to marry, claiming she had already once been spoken for. Her name is lost. Her decision, quietly recorded in convent annals, remains. Arranged infancy was, in many ways, a system designed to erase unpredictability. It made people into chess pieces. It brought politics into the nursery. But it also carried within it a contradiction the medieval world never fully resolved, that the younger the promise, the less real the person who made it, and yet, the more binding the consequences. It leaves us wondering, when a life's direction is set before the first memory is formed, does that person ever get to choose who they are, or are they always becoming someone else's plan? In a world where marriage was arranged, feelings were inconvenient, and love was almost always unreciprocated or, at the very least, unrewarded, it's little wonder that people turned to potions. The Middle Ages were soaked in superstition and herb lore, and where emotion met desperation, something peculiar began to brew: love potions. These were not poetic metaphors or fairy tale fictions. They were real mixtures, crafted from roots, herbs, animal parts, and sometimes darker ingredients, sold or whispered about as the cure for loneliness or lust, sometimes taken, sometimes slipped into a goblet. And they were not just village curiosities. Love potions were serious business, dangerous, illegal, and sometimes fatal. The belief in aphrodisiacs and love-inducing elixirs reached across social boundaries. A peasant girl might seek one to gain the attention of a distracted farm boy. A bored noblewoman might try to rekindle the interest of a husband more focused on his hawks than his household. Servants, wet nurses, midwives, people on the edge of the social order often became the gatekeepers of these recipes, holding oral traditions of plant lore that blurred the line between folk medicine and manipulation. The potions varied wildly. Some were harmless, honey mixed with lavender, or mulled wine with cinnamon and clove. Others involved far more dubious materials: mandrake root, nightshade berries, powdered animal organs. Mandrake in particular was a favorite. Its root, said to resemble a human body, was believed to have magical properties. When harvested properly, with elaborate rituals involving dogs and moonlight, it was dried, ground, and added to concoctions thought to open the heart, tore the loins. Of course, the effects were unpredictable. Many love potions were just mild sedatives or stimulants. A person might grow warm, dizzy, flushed not because of supernatural desire, but because they had just ingested a toxic root. Some mixtures caused hallucinations, nausea, or temporary confusion, which could be misinterpreted as emotional intensity. Others were simply wine-strong and spiced meant to loosen tongues and lower resistance. But the real danger came not from the ingredients alone, but from the intent. The Church, ever wary of anything that smacked of magic or manipulation, regarded love potions as a form of spiritual coercion. They were grouped alongside curses and hexes, tools that undermined God's natural order. Love, the Church insisted, must be freely given, and to attempt to force it by potion, powder, or charm was not only sinful, it was heretical. As a result, those caught using love potions faced serious consequences. Inquisitorial records include cases of women and a few men accused of maleficium for attempting to sway affections through unnatural means. One particularly grim case from 14th century Aragon involved a servant who was executed after her master's daughter fell ill and confessed to drinking a love potion for courage to speak her heart. The potion had been made from herbs she'd foraged herself. The accusation, witchcraft, and attempted poisoning. And yet, despite the risks, people continued to brew them. In part, this persistence came from helplessness. When your life was arranged for you, your marriage chosen, your future controlled, what else could you do to reclaim even a shred of emotional agency? A potion, however irrational, offered the illusion of influence. It allowed the powerless to feel powerful, if only for an evening. And sometimes it worked, not because of magic, but because of suggestion. A shared drink, a blushed cheek, a changed mood, these were enough to spark hope. And hope, in the medieval world, was a form of survival. The other reason for their popularity was simple. They were often believed to work. Medieval medical theory was based on humor's blood, phlegm, black bile, and yellow bile. If these humors could be manipulated by diet or medicine, why not by herbs that affected the heart or mind? Physicians, though cautious, sometimes offered recipes for marital harmony or feminine warmth, cloaked in medical language, but bordering on the suggestive, of course. Not all love potions were meant to attract new lovers. Some were brewed to keep a fading flame alive. Wives, fearing infidelity, husbands fearing rejection, would sneak powders into meals or wine, hoping to restore intimacy. These were not grand gestures of romance. They were acts of quiet desperation. But what happened when the potion failed? When the target grew ill, or furious, or suspicious? What happened when the Church got involved, or worse, when love turned to accusation? They promised transformation, but often delivered trouble, especially when expectations soured. What began as an act of affection could easily be recast as manipulation, poison, or heresy. And in a society where law, medicine, and theology blurred together, those who brewed or administered these potions could find themselves not in a lover's arms, but in chains. The legal system of medieval Europe particularly in the later Middle Ages, began to take a growing interest in domestic crimes. Among them, maleficium, the practice of causing harm through magical or unnatural means, was a catch-all category under which love potions increasingly fell. Though the Church had long denounced sorcery, it was in the 13th and 14th centuries that inquisitors began to actively pursue it, often linking even benign herbal knowledge with diabolical intent. When a love potion caused visible harm, fever, hallucinations, it was often reclassified from a romantic misstep to attempted murder. The distinction between aphrodisiac and poison was often unclear, especially in court. Many of the ingredients overlapped: belladonna, hemlock, henbane, known to induce altered states, could just as easily kill in the wrong doses. A poorly measured handful of wild herbs, taken with enough wine, could result in death. And death demanded justice. Women were the primary users, but also the primary suspects. In a patriarchal world where men controlled most legal and social power, a woman who tried to bend a man's will even to secure affection was seen as a threat to the natural order. Servants and widows were particularly vulnerable. These women often lived on the margins of society, with access to hearths, kitchens, and knowledge passed down through generations, enough to raise suspicion when things went wrong. Consider the case of Beatrice Alondres in Dijon, accused in 1379 of enchanting her employer with a syrup to inspire longing. According to the court records, Beatrice had given the man a mixture of elderflower, rose oil, and powdered bark, mixed with warmed milk. The man fell ill, raved for 2 nights, and then accused her of casting a spell. Under pressure, she admitted to adding a softening agent to his wine. Though she denied malice, the tribunal ruled her guilty of sorcery. She was flogged and banished. In another case from Lombardy, a noblewoman was accused by her husband's relatives of trying to bewitch his affections. After their marriage began to sour, the potion in question by a kitchen maid included ground apricot kernel and marjoram. It was harmless in small doses, but the man, already prone to illness, suffered convulsions. The noblewoman swore it was only a recipe given to her by her mother. The church court debated the matter for weeks. In the end, the kitchen maid was dismissed, and the noblewoman was forced to undergo public penance more for the embarrassment than the crime. And yet, in the popular imagination, love potions remained both feared and strangely romanticized. In troubadour poetry and folk tales, love elixirs were often magical events, charming mishaps that turned indifference into passion. The most famous example, of course, is the legend of Tristan and Isolde, the young knight and the Irish princess. Drink a love potion by accident, triggering a doomed romance that neither war nor duty can undo. The tale became a cornerstone of medieval literature, but it also carried an implicit warning that love, when chemically induced, leads to chaos. To the church, the lesson was clear: love potions undermined divine will. To the law, they endangered health and property. But to the people who used them, often quietly, they were a last resort, an act of hope, of longing, a way to reach across the unbreachable gulf of unrequited affection or marital coldness. In many cases, they were not administered to seduce, but to restore. A husband who no longer visited his wife's bed, a lady who no longer returned her suitor's poems. The potion, real or imagined, became a plea. But when the plea failed, when love did not bloom, or worse, turned rancid, what followed was often shame. If discovered, the accused might find themselves not just punished by law, but shunned by society. Once labeled a sorcerer or seductress, their reputation rarely recovered. And so the love potion, while simple in ingredients, became enormously complex in implication. It was never just about desire. It was about power, fear, loss, and control. The moment it entered the cup, the relationship was altered, whether or not the ingredients did anything at all. But there is one final twist to this story. In some rare cases, the potion worked not because of herbs or magic, but because both parties wanted it to. What began as manipulation became mutual. But did that make the love relore just a more elegant form of self-deception? Somewhere in the shadows of accusation and suspicion, behind the cautionary tales and smuggled powders, there existed a quieter truth, one far less dramatic and far more human. Sometimes the love potion didn't need to work. It just needed to feel like it had. When both parties were willing, consciously or otherwise, to believe in the spell, then no poison was necessary. Just belief, just timing, just the suggestion that love could be stirred into being with a clove of garlic and a whispered charm. This strange psychological space made love potions especially treacherous and especially tempting. They offered plausible deniability. If affection blossomed, the potion had worked. If it didn't, the user could claim they had tried everything. In this way, love potions became emotional insurance policies. They didn't need to alter chemistry. They only needed to shift confidence. If one believed they were bolder, more desirable, more magnetic under the influence of a love potion, then sometimes they became exactly that. This was especially true in courtship rituals among the lower classes. In village festivals, fairs, and holiday dances, love, charms, and mild brews circulated as both joke and hope. A lad might carry a sprig of fennel to keep his lady's eye. A girl might offer a cup of sweetened wine infused with rosemary to a boy she favored. Most of these traditions were light-hearted, but they still walked the tightrope between courtship and manipulation. When two hearts were already leaning toward one another, a shared drink could simply nudge them into motion. And sometimes, love potions served as a language way to say something unspeakable. In a world where emotional directness was frowned upon, and where women especially were expected to be passive recipients of attention, a potion offered subtly, with a half-smile and just a little charm, allowed one to communicate interest without saying it out loud. The risk, of course, was that the gesture would be misunderstood or worse, exposed. But when it was understood and welcomed, it could create something oddly tender. One record from a 15th century Italian journal tells of a farmer's daughter who slipped her suitor a drink containing saffron, mint, and apple peel. When confronted by the local priest, she admitted to the act with no shame. "He already liked me," she said. "I just made it sweeter." The priest dismissed her with a warning. The couple later married. Of course, not every story ended so neatly. For every mutual spark, there were misunderstandings, regrets, and recriminations. A girl might offer a love charm in good faith, only to find herself mocked or accused. A man might mistake a cordial drink for deeper intent, then feel betrayed when affection wasn't returned. The ambiguity of the potion's secretive nature. Its folkloric haze invited both fantasy and failure, and that ambiguity gave way in some regions, to commercialization. By the late medieval period, especially in larger cities, wise women and folk healers began selling pre-made love brews. Some came with impressive packaging, wrapped in silk, tied with charms, accompanied by handwritten instructions. Others were cruder, powders in pouches, bitter roots in oil, mysterious syrups promising everything from fertility to fidelity. The market was unregulated and the effects unpredictable, but the demand remained, because no matter how unreliable the results, the desire was constant, the need to be wanted, to be chosen, to change the story, even just a little, in your favor. And that brings us to the greatest danger of love potions, not the herbs, not the accusations, not even the deaths by mismeasurement. The real danger was what they revealed, that people, in their loneliest moments, were willing to believe that love could be engineered, that connection could be distilled, that what the world denied them, attention, warmth, belonging, might be coaxed into existence through a secret recipe. It's a heartbreaking kind of hope, and it raises a question that lingered even then, as it does now. If love is built on illusion, is it any less real? For an institution founded on compassion and divine love, the medieval church had a surprisingly long list of what not to do in the name of romance. From its earliest centuries, the church had worked tirelessly to regulate, define, and more often than not restrict how people loved. Not because it hated love, but because love, left unchecked, had a tendency to upset the neat hierarchies of power, piety, and property that the church had so carefully cultivated, and so it said no, repeatedly, and with increasing specificity. The bans came slowly at first, embedded in sermons, canon law, and papal letters. But by the high Middle Ages, the Church had codified a complex and often contradictory web of restrictions about who could love whom, in what way, and with what consequences. And the reasons, while clothed in theological language, were deeply human: control, fear of scandal, and the desperate need to keep inheritance and lineage pure, especially among the nobility. One of the Church's earliest and most enduring prohibitions was on consanguinity, the idea that people related by blood, even distantly, could not marry or have sexual relations. By the 11th century, the forbidden degrees of kinship had expanded to 7, meaning that a person couldn't marry someone within 7 generations of their family line. In practice, this excluded almost everyone in the upper classes. European nobility had intermarried for centuries. Nearly every royal or noble family was, in some fashion, related to every other. This created a strange situation. Marriage was encouraged, but nearly all suitable matches were technically illegal, lest the Pope granted a dispensation, a formal exemption from the rules. These dispensations became routine and expensive. They were sold to kings, counts, and dukes who wished to marry their cousins. The Church, meanwhile, collected the fees and maintained its moral authority. In this way, love between cousins, arranged, rarely passionate, was permitted, but only under the Church's supervision. Then came the bans on spiritual kinship. It wasn't just blood that bound people, it was baptism. If a man had been baptized alongside a woman, or if he had acted as her godfather, or vice versa, they were considered spiritually related. Marriage was forbidden. This rule, too, was enforceable by excommunication. The spiritual family was as binding in Church eyes as the biological one. Next came the regulation of secret marriages. The church insisted that all marriages be public, witnessed, and preferably performed by a priest. This was meant to prevent coercion, bigamy, and the seduction of noble daughters by charming but disreputable men. Yet clandestine marriages remained common. A couple might exchange vows in private or in a chapel without witnesses, hoping to avoid parental interference or public scandal. The church condemned these unions, but they were difficult to police. In some towns, entire lists of secretly married couples were maintained by parish priests' records of sin and sincerity, waiting to be judged. And what of love outside marriage? Here, too, the church had answers, most of them punitive. Adultery, fornication, and even excessive affection within marriage could be cause for ecclesiastical concern. Passion was dangerous, even between husband and wife. One influential 12th century bishop warned that a married couple who engaged in sex too eagerly risked damnation. The ideal Christian union was sober, reproductive, and modest. Anything else smacked of lust, and lust was the devil's foothold. The result was a kind of spiritual surveillance over intimacy. Confession manuals asked detailed questions. Did you look at your spouse with desire? Did you touch them for pleasure? Did you engage in the marital act on holy days or during Lent? Priests were instructed to listen carefully and assign penance. Accordingly, love, if not properly restrained, became a sin to be confessed. But what made all of this more complicated, sometimes tragically so, was that people still loved anyway. They fell for their cousins. They wrote letters to godparents. They ran off and married in barns and gardens and secret city chapels. They believed, sometimes naively, that affection could outweigh authority, and when they were caught, the church did not always punish them with hellfire. Often, it punished them with paperwork. The penitent lovers had to petition for forgiveness, pay fines, seek annulments, or perform acts of charity. But in more public cases, the punishment could be harsh. A countess who married her cousin without papal permission might be exiled. A priest caught with a woman might be stripped of his office and publicly humiliated. One case, from 13th century Normandy, tells of a young woman excommunicated for marrying her god-brother after years of secret courtship. Their letters by the bishopric, as evidence, are filled with longing and theological justification. I do not see you as kin, one reads, but as the one whose soul is folded into mine. It wasn't enough. They were separated. She entered a convent. He vanished from the records. Such stories were not uncommon, because for all its rules and pronouncements, the church could not extinguish the quiet persistence of human affection. And the more it tried to regulate love, the more love found ways to break the rules. But this begs the next question. If the church spent centuries trying to restrict love, how did some lovers manage to bend the rules? And what did they have to sacrifice to stay together? Where love met doctrine, the outcome was rarely fair, but it was often clever. For all the church's efforts to restrict affection with rules about kinship, secrecy, and purity, medieval lovers did what humans have always done. They found loopholes. They bargained with the system. They rewrote their stories just enough to fit within the margins of the acceptable. And, when necessary, they paid in coin, silence, or suffering to stay together. The most common escape hatch was the dispensation. If a couple ran afoul of the church's ban, say, they were second cousins. or had grown up in the same household, they could petition the Pope for an official exemption. This was not a private appeal. It involved documentation, witnesses, letters of explanation, and often a sizable fee. Wealthy families had scribes who specialized in the process, drafting petitions that downplayed improprieties and emphasized piety, duty, or political importance. Some petitions were strategic fabrications. A noble family might claim that a betrothed couple had never shared a household, even if they'd grown up like siblings. Others might discover a closer degree of kinship only after a wedding had occurred, then request retroactive permission to cover the error. The church usually complied, so long as the social consequences of refusal were inconvenient enough. But every dispensation was a reminder. Love may be personal, but permission was institutional. For couples who lacked influence or resources, the options were grimmer. Some eloped to remote villages where the parish priest was either complicit or too frightened to refuse them. These clandestine marriages were risky. If discovered, they could be annulled. Children from the union might be declared illegitimate, and the wife bore the worst of the reputational fallout. One woman in 14th century Flanders was excommunicated and then imprisoned after marrying her second cousin in secret. Her husband fled. She remained cut off from the sacraments, her status legally and spiritually frozen. Still, not all stories ended in punishment. In a few remarkable cases, local communities rallied behind rule-breaking lovers. In southern France, a young couple, excommunicated for marrying without approval, were defended by their village priest and neighbors, who claimed the match was so loving and so peaceful that it must have pleased God. The bishop backed down. Quietly, the couple was reaccepted into the church. These rare acts of leniency were not triumphs of romanticism, they were acts of calculated mercy. The church understood that enforcement had limits. Too many broken hearts led to rebellion, or worse, loss of moral authority. And so, while it condemned sin from the pulpit, it occasionally forgave it in the back room, especially when forgiveness came with donations or public acts of penance. And then there were the lovers, who never married but remained emotionally entwined for years. These were spiritual affairs, often carried out through letters, glances, and conversations veiled in Scripture. A nun and a visiting priest, a widower and the daughter of his late wife's sister. Such relationships existed in a space beyond canon law, impossible to bless, but difficult to condemn. One abbot famously wrote to his beloved, "Though the church says we are strangers, my prayers cannot forget your name." Of course, the price of rule-bending was often paid by the woman. A man might lose his position. A woman could lose her entire future. This imbalance was baked into the system. A nobleman accused of inappropriate love could seek forgiveness, pay a fine, or enter a monastery. A woman might be cast out, cloistered, or married off to an elderly widower to silence the scandal. And yet they took the risk, because, for some, the cost of obeying the church was simply too high. There's a curious example from the Burgundian court. A noblewoman named Isabeau fell in love with her god-brother, a relationship explicitly forbidden by church law. They appealed for a dispensation, were denied, and separated. Years later, after Isabeau's arranged marriage collapsed, she and her god-brother reunited. They lived together quietly, never remarrying, referring to each other as friends in Christ. When she died, he wrote a letter to the local bishop describing her as my soul's companion, though not my wife. No action was taken. These were the compromises people made, spiritual devotion balanced against human need. Love had to be quiet, or renamed, or wrapped in theological justification. And still it happened. But not everyone found peace in negotiation. Some lovers were broken by the weight of obedience. Some walked away. Some, especially in the later Middle Ages, were drawn to heretical sects that preached against the Church's marriage laws entirely. These groups, often branded as radical or dangerous, insisted that love should be free from clerical interference. Most were crushed by papal authority, but their existence signaled something important, that beneath the surface of conformity, dissatisfaction simmered. And it brings us to a final consideration, perhaps the most uncomfortable of all. Did the Church's obsession with controlling love actually deepen the intensity of forbidden affection? Did denying it give it power? The Church, in trying to control love, may have done something unintended, made love dangerous, and with danger came intensity. What was forbidden became more desirable. What was condemned became more vivid in memory. In trying to purify relationships into a tidy, doctrinal, model, modest, reproductive, authorized, the Church created conditions in which forbidden love could feel like the only real love. By labeling passion as suspect, it gave passion a certain mystique. This wasn't just a literary trope. It was lived experience. Couples who risked censure to be together did not see themselves as sinners. They saw themselves as persecuted believers in something higher than approval. The rhetoric of martyrdom usually reserved for saints slipped quietly into the realm of affection. Lovers compared their separation to exile. They quoted scripture to justify their closeness. God sees our hearts, one nobleman wrote to his cousin bride. Even if men turn their eyes, she had been cloistered, he had been fined. Their letters survived, hidden in a family archive, the ink fading, but the words full of fire. The idea that love was only legitimate when tamed was embedded deeply in the Church's theology. Yet that very taming turned affection into resistance. A kiss behind a church wall became an act of bravery. A shared psalter between a monk and a nun became a rebellion disguised as devotion. Even inside marriage, couples sometimes clung to one another against the cold logic of arranged unions, seeing their emotional bond not just as personal, but as sacred in spite of doctrine. And in this contradiction, a cultural countercurrent developed in art, poetry, and song. Romantic love, especially doomed or disapproved love, became a theme so common that it reshaped medieval storytelling. The Church said no, but minstrels sang yes. In the courts of southern France and northern Italy, courtly love became its own genre, stylized celebration of longing, often for someone already married or socially off-limits. These tales didn't end in weddings. They ended in heartbreak, pilgrimage, or death. But they were intoxicating precisely because they dramatized the tension between desire and denial. Writers like Andreas Capellanus even tried to codify this contradiction. His 12th century treatise, The Art of Courtly Love, is a bewildering document, part satire, part instruction manual. It suggests that real love must suffer, must exist outside marriage, must be secret, It is a mirror of the Church's rules, flipped to reflect the emotional chaos beneath. But perhaps the most poignant aspect of the Church's restrictions is what they reveal about power. Control over love meant control over lineage, loyalty, and economics. Marriage was a political act. Love unsupervised, unapproved, was a threat to order. And so the Church could not fully endorse it. It could bless it when it followed the rules, but it could not allow it to run wild. Still, love ran wild. It whispered between pillars. It wrote in secret letters. It passed through cloister gates. It wept behind veils. And it endured not because it triumphed over the rules, but because it endured within them, in spite of them, sometimes because of them. And centuries later, as historians pore over court records, bishops' letters, and confiscated notes, what survives is not just a list of violations. It's a record of persistence. The names of those who married without permission, who loved someone improper, who slipped powders into wine, or hid in convents, or paid for a dispensation they didn't believe in just to be close to someone whose presence quieted the world. The Church said no, but the heart, stubborn as ever, replied with silence, or risk, or trembling yes, for all the pageantry and ritual that surrounded medieval marriage. The legal framework behind it was surprisingly fragile. In theory, a marriage could be created in a moment to people saying, "I take you," in front of witnesses, with no need for a priest, no church bells, no paperwork. A private promise, freely made, was enough to bind two souls together for life. But in practice, that simple act often ended in confusion, lawsuits, and trials that turned personal love into a matter of public scrutiny across medieval Europe. Marriage litigation became a unique category of legal drama. From the 12th century onward, church courts especially, those governed by canon law, began handling more and more cases of disputed marriages, and they were not rare. In some dioceses, marriage cases made up nearly a third of the court's business. Love, it seemed, was not just tender, it was legally chaotic. At the heart of most disputes was a simple question: had a valid marriage occurred or not? There were three main kinds of cases. The first was consent litigation, when someone claimed they were married, and the other party denied it. In such cases, the court had to determine whether words had been exchanged, when, where, and whether any witnesses could confirm it. These trials could be intensely detailed. A court might summon a tavern keeper who overheard a drunken vow, or a servant who saw a couple holding hands by the fire. The goal was not to judge affection, but to verify form. Had the correct words been said? Had both parties truly meant it? The second kind involved pre-contract disputes where someone accused their beloved of secretly marrying another person first. Since canon law viewed the first valid exchange of consent as the true marriage, a later union could be annulled if an earlier one was proven. These cases often ended tragically. A man might discover, on the eve of his wedding, that the woman he loved had once made promises in a forest clearing with another suitor. If she had, and if it could be proven, her new marriage was void. She was still bound to the earlier man, even if she no longer wanted him. The third type was impediment cases, where someone challenged a marriage based on kinship, spiritual ties, or prior vows of chastity. These trials weren't about consent, but about whether the marriage should have happened at all. Sometimes these suits were filed by family members, sometimes by spurned lovers, sometimes even by the church itself, acting in what it saw as the moral interest of the community. But all of them turned private choices into public spectacle. Take, for example, a case from late 13th century York. A woman named Marjorie claimed she was legally married to a man named William, who had since taken another wife. She brought the case to the bishop's court. Her only evidence was the memory of a vow exchanged in his father's garden 6 years earlier. William denied it ever happened. The court summoned a neighbor who had been nearby. He recalled hearing loud talking, but no specific words. After weeks of testimony, the court ruled that the marriage could not be proven. Marjorie was dismissed and married in law, though not in her own heart. These cases could be brutal. Women were often at a disadvantage, especially if the man had moved on to someone of higher status or wealth. But courts did sometimes rule in favor of the wronged party. In one Flemish case, a young woman proved her secret marriage with a written note and the testimony of her brother. Her husband was ordered to return to her, leaving behind the more advantageous match his parents had arranged. Court records from these disputes read like early soap opera stills of betrayal, hidden promises, jealous rivals, and uncertain vows. But beneath the drama was a deeper problem. Marriage was treated as both a sacred sacrament and a private contract. This dual nature made it easy to enter, but hard to defend. And so love found itself entangled in legal systems not designed to accommodate it. The church wanted order, and the lovers wanted freedom. The result was compromise. A vow whispered behind a barn could be binding. A union celebrated with 100 guests could be void. Everything depended on proof: a look, a word, a witness. Who remembered the right moment? But what happened when the only witnesses were gone? When no one could agree on what had been said? Or when? How did the courts decide which love was real and which was legal fiction? When marriage hinged on memory, the court became less a place of law and more a theater of recollection. For every case in which a priest recorded vows or a scribe notarized consent, there were a dozen where the only evidence was what someone remembered or claimed to. And in a world where literacy was rare, where documentation was expensive, and where social standing often determined credibility, the truth about love could be painfully elusive. Witnesses became the backbone of matrimonial trials. But unlike witnesses in modern legal systems, medieval testimony was as much about moral standing as factual accuracy. A neighbor's recollection mattered, but so did their reputation. Could they be trusted? Were they sober? Were they in the good graces of the parish priest? Did they harbor any personal interest in the outcome? Judges weighed not just what was said, but who said it and why. In one notable 14th century case from London, a young man named Elias claimed he had married a woman named Johanna 2 years earlier in private with her consent. She denied it, saying she had never spoken such vows. He produced a single witness's friend who insisted he'd seen the couple hold hands and recite words of union near a village spring. But Johanna brought forward her own witness, an elderly widow, who said she had been present that day and heard no such vows. The court ruled in favor of Johanna, citing the widow's age, honesty, and godly manner of speaking. Eli's witness, meanwhile, had a reputation for gambling and poor attendance at Mass. It wasn't that the court knew what happened, It simply trusted one version of the past more than the other. These trials revealed more than just legal ambiguity, exposed the emotional vulnerability of the people involved. Many litigants broke down in court, swearing by the salvation of their souls or the memories of dead parents. Some brought tokens, garlands, rings, gifts offered as proof of past intimacy. Others recalled specific phrases spoken during moments of closeness, hoping that their detail might seem more truthful. "He called me his wife," one woman insisted, and said, "God heard us, even if no man did." Sometimes it worked. Sometimes it did, and not all marriage trials were about betrayal. Some were filed to prove a marriage in order to secure inheritance or property rights. A widow might need to show that her union, though never celebrated with grandeur, had been real enough to grant her ownership of her late husband's home. A bastard child might be legitimized if a mother could demonstrate that she and the father had once exchanged binding words, however briefly. In such cases, love became economics. Intimacy became a transaction whose value was debated not between hearts, but between scribes. Even the Church, for all its theological firmness, struggled with the inconsistency. Canon law required mutual, present-tense consent. But what did that sound like? Did "I will take you" count? Or only "I do take you"? Was a kiss binding? Was silence assent? Did crying mean regret or reverence? Some trials, scribes recorded the exact phrases that had supposedly been uttered. "I take you as mine, and none but God shall part us. We are one before heaven and men. If you love me, I am yours forever." Beautiful words, but not always legally sufficient. A single missing phrase could mean the difference between marriage and fornication, between legitimacy and scandal. This fragility of language made love vulnerable. It also made the courts powerful. But in rare cases, the courts surprised everyone. In a case from 15th century Brabant, a woman named Clara was sued by a man who insisted they had exchanged marriage vows. Clara admitted they had spoken privately, but that she had only said the words because she was afraid of his threats. The court ruled in her favor, stating that fear invalidated consent. It was a rare early recognition of coercion and acknowledgement that even sacred vows could be spoken under duress. That verdict didn't just affect Clara. It echoed through future cases. It reminded the Church and its courts that love, if it was to be holy, must also be free. But not all verdicts offered such clarity. In most cases, the court's ruling didn't end the matter, it merely recorded one version of the truth. And generations later, historians are left piecing together lives from fragments. A single sentence in a court roll, a scribbled note in a bishop's registry, a testimony preserved in Latin, terse and exhausted. We know what people said. We rarely know how they felt. And so we wonder, when memory became law and love had to stand trial, how many truths were lost, told, how many lies were believed. As the gavel fell in medieval courtrooms, often metaphorically, sometimes with real consequence, the final rulings on marriage did more than settle disputes. They reshaped lives. In an age where love and legality were forever intertwined, where the heart needed a hearing and the soul required witnesses, the outcome of a single case could determine not just who you lived with, but who your children were, what you owned, how you were remembered, and what God thought of your vows. And yet, for all its solemnity, the system was profoundly imperfect. The canon courts were institutions built for order. They prized uniformity and record-keeping. But marriage, especially clandestine or disputed marriage, was messy, full of half-spoken promises, emotional reversals, sudden pregnancies, and motives that were equal parts hope and fear. The court might believe a promise was made, but still rule it invalid because it lacked the correct phrasing. A witness might be dismissed because they were a servant. A kiss in a candlelit chapel could bind to people forever, or be cast aside as youthful indiscretion. It wasn't just about love. It was about class. Wealthy lovers could afford to manipulate the system. They had access to scribes, to documentation, to paid witnesses. If a nobleman wanted to undo a youthful promise made to a milkmaid, he could often find a way to do so. The church might counsel penance or arrange a modest compensation. But rarely was he forced to return to the farmyard. A peasant girl, by contrast, had no such protection. If her marriage was denied, her words dismissed, she might lose everything. Her child, if conceived, would be considered illegitimate. Her future as someone's wife, perhaps even as someone's servant, would dim. There were, however, strange moments of justice. One 14th century case, from the Diocese of Lincoln, involved a young woman, Alice, who claimed that her neighbor, Robert, had courted her for months and finally promised her marriage before witnesses. Robert denied it and was engaged to another. But Alice had kept a Tokona wooden ring carved with the words, "Mine always." She brought it to court, and 2 women testified they had seen Robert give it to her with words of taking. The court, remarkably, ruled in Alice's favor. Robert was ordered to marry her or face excommunication. He married her, whether they loved each other afterward. No one recorded. These stories remind us that the courts were not only places of heartbreak, they were arenas of possibility. For some, especially women with no other recourse, a legal hearing was the only place where their voice might be heard. They came not because they trusted the system, but because they had no one else to turn to. The church, for all its failings, offered a framework, albeit a narrow and slow-moving one, for resolution. But even when verdicts were clear, the emotional aftermath rarely was. Some were forced to marry under court order, living out years in mutual resentment. Others were separated by decree, still in love, forbidden to speak, their letters destroyed. There are records of men who defied the court to return to former lovers, living in quiet scandal. Others vanished from the record entirely, in the margins. Of one court roll, a clerk noted, almost casually, he went to sea, a clean escape from judgment, but also from belonging. In the end, love on trial was not just a legal matter. It was a mirror of society, of values, of the quiet battles people waged for dignity and closeness in a world ruled by rigid codes. The church did not invent these struggles. It simply became the stage on which they played out, robed in Latin, surrounded by parchment, interrupted by tears. And as we sift through these fragments, centuries later, we are left not with conclusions, but with questions. What did Alice feel when the court ruled in her favor? What did Robert think on their wedding night? Were there regrets? Was there relief? Was justice ever enough? Perhaps the truest thing about love in the Middle Ages is that it survived in spite of everything, even the courts meant to define it. The monastery was never designed to house romance. Its thick walls Cool stone corridors and quiet courtyards were built to muffle the noise of the world, not to accommodate the sounds of longing. Life inside a medieval cloister was meant to be sterile, sacred, and sealed. Love, if it appeared at all, was to be directed toward God alone. And yet, love entered anyway, quietly, often painfully, and always against the rules. From the early Middle Ages onward, European monastic life promised an escape from worldly desire. Monks and nuns renounced their former lives, took vows of chastity, and cloaked themselves in discipline. They were told they had become the brides of Christ, or soldiers in the army of the Lord. Their days were filled with ritual, early morning bells, liturgical chanting, careful gardening, and hours of silent reading. This rhythm was supposed to dull the senses and lift the soul. But the human heart, persistent, unruly, did not always follow the bell. Even in the strictest communities, emotional bonds began to form. Sometimes they were sibling-like and nourishing. Other times they slipped, unnoticed at first, into intimacy. A shared glance during psalm practice, a note exchanged between the pages of a breviary, a hand that lingered too long during the preparation of communion wine. These small moments carried enormous weight, for they threatened not only personal purity, but the entire architecture of spiritual authority. A monk in love was not just distracted, he was dangerous. A nun who longed was not just weak, she was, in the eyes of her order, a breach in the wall. Some stories never left the cloister. They were confessed, punished, and buried in silence. But others surfaced, often through scandal. A monk might flee with a nun. A pregnant sister might be sent to a distant priory. Occasionally, a full-blown trial would unfold, dragging hidden affections into the light of the bishop's court. One such case, from 12th century France, involved a nun named Hilose and a scholar monk named Abelard. Their story, immortalized in letters, was as much about power and philosophy as it was about love. Abelard, older and brilliant, was hired to teach Hilose, who quickly matched his intellect. Their private studies turned into a secret affair. She became pregnant. He arranged a secret marriage, then placed her in a convent to protect her. But the relationship was exposed, and Abelard was attacked and castrated by Hilose's enraged uncle. The couple was separated forever, but their letters endured, written from their respective monastic prisons. In these letters, Hilose reveals the terrible complexity of cloistered love. She praises Abelard, but condemns herself. She longs for him, but clings to her vows. She speaks of physical memory as a torment. Even in sleep, she writes, "My body remembers yours." Hers is not the voice of disobedience, but of human agony, trying to find shape in a system that had no language for it. Their story, though dramatic, was not unique. Across Europe, records show dozens of cases, some minor, some catastrophic forbidden affection in monastic life. A monk in Milan fell in love with the voice of a visiting choir girl. A nun in York passed embroidered messages to a novice. In one German convent, a group of nuns was discovered to have constructed a love language, using patterns of claps and blinks to communicate during services. The church responded with more rules. Abbots were instructed to monitor physical proximity. Choir seating was rearranged. Some orders forbade eye contact during meals. The walls got taller. the punishments harsher. But none of this stopped the feeling, because paradoxically, the very act of renunciation made love more potent. Monks and nuns were taught to think constantly of their souls, of death, of God's judgment. In that intensity, emotional bonds took on a sacred glow. To love another human being in such a space, so empty of affection, so structured against it, could feel like divine rebellion. Not all cloistered love was sexual. Many monks wrote about spiritual friendships, relationships that transcended desire but were more than mere camaraderie. These connections were allowed and encouraged, even so long as they remained within bounds. But the line was thin, and often crossed. In the end, the monastery was less a fortress against love and more a crucible. It concentrated emotion, it magnified attachment, and when love did break through, it burned more brightly for being forbidden. When these flames became too visible, when the church could no longer ignore the passions behind the prayers, what did it do to those whose hearts refused to remain cloistered?